Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your presence here, and I thank in particular His Highness, His Excellency Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates and the Emir of Abu Dhabi, His Highness, His Excellency Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, the Government of the United Arab Emirates, and the Expo 2020 Dubai Organizing Committee for giving Ghana this opportunity to showcase the trade and investment opportunities available in our country. 2 days ago, on Sunday, 6th March, Ghana celebrated her 65th Independence Day anniversary. We take honor in the fact that Ghana was the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to free herself from colonial rule, and thereafter took the lead for the liberation of the African continent from the forces of colonialism and imperialism. For a plethora of reasons, the economic growth and prosperity that we had anticipated would follow political liberation did not materialize, even though we have been blessed with abundant resources by the Almighty. We have, however, moved away from the earlier uncertainties that clouded our path towards progress and prosperity. In the last 29 years of democratic governance in the Fourth Republic have generally been the period of the greatest economic growth in our history. Unfortunately, it has not been consistent. And with our country at age 65, we are determined that it is time to get it right in a sustainable manner. Our engagement at the Expo is themed on opportunity, because we are a nation of unquestionably attractive opportunities. Indeed, prior to the onset of COVID-19, Ghana in 2017, 2018, and 2019, that is during my first term in office, recorded annual average GDP growth rates of 7%, making our economy one of the fastest growing in the world at the time. At the height of the pandemic in 2020, we're indeed one of the few countries to record positive growth. Through our 100 billion CD economic recovery program, dubbed the Ghana Cares or Baltampa program, the economy grew at a provisional 5.2% in the first 3 quarters of 2021, with a projected growth rate of 5.6% for 2021. We appear to be on the path of sustained economic recovery. We still nevertheless have some important challenges, but we see these challenges as opportunities which serve as catalysts for growth and the realization of government's transformational agenda. This agenda is hinged primarily on creating space for the private sector to thrive, thereby growing the jobs that our young people need. Our industrial transformation through our policies of one district, one factory, and the development of strategic anchor industries, such as the emerging automotive industry and the coordinated exploitation of our significant bauxite and iron ore deposits, our agricultural expansion through the program for planting for food and jobs, targeted infrastructural development, especially of our roads and railways, and promoting access to digital technology are serving as the main avenues for job creation. We've been successful at removing some of the constraints of Ghanaian life that have been sources of frustration in conducting business. As part of the process of formalizing the economy, we have, amongst others, implemented a digital property address system, issued biometric national identification cards to residents this year, so that every resident will have a unique identification number and ensure paperless transactions at our ports. Today, we are the safest country in West Africa. We are the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. We are ranked third in the Ease of Doing Business Index in West Africa. We are the new commercial capital of Africa by virtue of our hosting of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are the second largest cocoa producer in the world. We are the largest producer of gold in Africa. We're endowed with considerable deposits of bauxite, iron ore, manganese, lithium, oil and gas, diamonds, and timber. And we're geographically closer than any other country to the center of the planet. We are a country where investments are secure and protected under a governance system where an independent judiciary upholds the rule of law and respect for private property rights. Ghana is ready for business. Ghana is a land of opportunity for private capital, which has taken it upon herself to build a business-friendly economy that will enable her get to the stage where she will help her build an optimistic, self-confident, and prosperous nation. I invite all of you to visit the Ghana Pavilion in the Opportunity District for a taste of Ghana's hospitality, characterized by the nutritious chocolate made from Ghana's premium cocoa, the display of Ghana's rich sociocultural heritage, and the exploration of the numerous investment opportunities. It is an exciting time for us, and we welcome you to join us in this journey as we are determined to deepen the already warm relations that exist between our two countries. And we once again reiterate our gratitude for the opportunity to come here to showcase our country at this magnificent Expo Dubai 2020. I thank you for your attention.
Locally made.
This is local ice kinky.
Yeah.
And you put sugar?
Yes, there's sugar. But let's drink. I mean, there's no way I'll come to the north and not try a local milk. So this is ice kinky, which is 50 pesos. I'm about to try. There's lemon in it. Hey, there's lemon in it. Oh wow. So I'm about to try it. Let's see how it goes. See, so one thing about me is I have a typical African stomach. Wherever I go, I kind of have a way of adapting to any kind of food, whether there is pepper, whether it's not spicy. When I even went to Kenya, I had that experience, no spice, yet I was able to eat their food and feel fine. So this is no difference. They said there's lemon in the ice kinky. Let me try it and see how it goes. As you can tell, I just finished it. This is so good, I have to get another one. Do you all remember Nerissa and Nancy from my coming from Accra vlog? If you do, she's here with us and we are going to be trying street food in the Wa market. This is one of the popular markets in Wa. Is it the biggest?
Yes.
Oh, okay, this is the biggest.
But this area is called Fadama.
Fadama. Okay, so we are currently here at the outskirts of the market, which is called Fadama. So we are here to enter into the market and see if we can get some something to try on, some local meals, local street food, local beverages. And yeah, you always know whenever I visit somewhere new, I decide to try something new, experience what the local experience, and I'm here for it all. So yeah, if you're watching this video, I am currently in the Upper West region. Wow.
These ships,
Yeah.
when someone gives birth to a newly born baby, they want to name the baby.
Yeah.
You can get one of these
Ships.
yes, especially the male ones for the male one for the naming ceremony. But you can also buy it for any occasion that you want, Christmas, Salah, any.
It's ice.
What's it made of?
It's made out of this.
Ah, what's this?
Puha.
Oh, what's the
I'm gonna
English name?
taste it.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure the English name. Okay, let's see it again. So if you guys know the English name, please let me know in the comment section. If you know the English name of that, let me know in the comments. But this is the beverage made out of that, and I'm about to taste it to let you know how it tastes like. So this is locally called puree, and let's see how it tastes. Okay, so this is like I don't know if you know yoi, a local fruit. It's blackberry, African blackberry. It tastes like blackberry fruit that has been diluted with water. So that's how it tastes. I don't think it tastes anything else, but it tastes like a wild fruit. It's very close to baobab too. If you guys remember, when I went to Villa Awoyo, I had baobab juice. It also tastes similar to baobab juice. So if you've had it before and you know the taste, the right taste, let me know in the comment section. But that's how it tastes like. So just when I said it tastes like baobab, she says she has confirmed that it is baobab juice. So I'm going to be trying kuli kuli for the first time. This is very hard. It's like granite paste. In fact, it is granite paste that has been added. Did they add flour to it? No. Only granite paste. It's so dry. This snack is good. It's like having kati cake, but kati cake is mixed with sugar. This is raw granite paste, and this is good. It's called kuli kuli here in Wa. So you can have it with gari, with sugar, gari soakings, which is a local beverage here in Ghana. So if you've not tried it before, you might as well as buy one and try it. So hard. So I'm going to be trying suya. How much is one?
20 pesos. 50 pesos.
Give me some. How much? Give me. So this is how the suya looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. there's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very, very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very, very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. So yeah, everything here is very, very affordable. To come into our video. So she says she's thanking us for promoting the WA. So you see, it's not really difficult to film in the market, even though yes, it is difficult to film in the market. Some of the women are so friendly and they're like, oh, come, is it going to TV, is it going, where is it going to? And it makes them interested. Once they know they are going to see themselves on TV or their colleagues are going to tell them, I saw you on TV, then they are very interested. So yeah, so far so good. We are currently in the clothes section. Let's go see if we can get more street food to try. And yeah, I want to try Chozafi and bitter soup. Where can I get some?
That one we have to cook it.
You have to cook it?
Yeah,
they don't sell some.
We don't sell teasers like that because everybody prefers teasers.
Yeah, that is it's just like in the Volta region. Yes. Everybody eats Banku or Aklen, so they don't sell it in town. Okay, so I would have loved to try it, but maybe the next time when I visit, we'll prepare it at home, and that's the usual thing here. So sorry. My friend recommended I tried cheeses and bitter soup. Okay. Yeah, and then she also mentioned I tried tubani, which we had yesterday. If you guys remember watching my vlog previously. So yeah, if you haven't watched it, please go back, watch my videos, and come back to finish up this. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what we can get. I'm currently in the market. So we have here acheke, and I'm going to try it from the northern style. So mommy, please give me some. I'm going to have 2 cities. It's plenty, it's plenty. Yeah, small. Yeah, it's okay. They add a little salt. One series.
Looks like it's gonna be good.
Yes.
Cheesy old fish.
Give us spoon. So which is ours? So now we are in the marketplace. We have to find somewhere we could eat. To pick our stuff. So yeah, this and then head to our next location.
I feel like it's much more spacious. Busy, but it's a different type of busy over here. And I love me some makola. I'm a to-do girl.
So yeah, I had the acheke. I'm yet to go try it. Then I'm going to end the video for my street food experience here in Wa in the Upper West region. Loretta, what did you have since you came? Street food?
Water.
What did you have?
I had the, oh, what do they call it? The
Tubani yesterday, yeah.
I had the nuts that we had. I had the drink, which the baobab, which is also known as tamarind. That's the name I kept forgetting.
Yeah.
And we ate the suya as well.
So yeah. We are going to try it and end it. So we are currently in traffic. Yeah. Hi. Look at the baby, so cute. Hi. He's like, who is that? I'm about to try the acheke I bought earlier on. So this is the acheke and the vegetables. They sprinkle a little bit of salt for taste, and this was very good. The acheke was very soggy and soft. Acheke is close to gari, which is a local delicacy here. This was really, really good. Destination, and I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire street food experience here in the Upper West region, specifically. Wow. So yeah, until next time, I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. I am currently in the yellow, properly called tuk-tuk. How do you call it in your local dialect? Mahamakambu. It's called Mahamakambu. So if you haven't tried this, and here in the Upper West, in fact in the North, you should make it a point. It's very, very cheap. Short distances are about 1 city, long distances are about 3 cities. So yeah, it is worth the experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Much love from the Upper West. Mwah.
What they saw during the training in AFCON, I believe they saw something good. They brought 3 goalkeepers, and Olele will not be that, excuse me to say, stupid to say, you know, Ata is better than Wallacott. And in matches like this, you need the big guns. It's not Matramakwe kind of this thing. You need players who they've done it, they've been there, done that. When you're afraid of something, is what it brings you down. I believe there is juju in football. I believe there is juju in football.
Your leave for us to sing our anthem. Today is our day. Kindly. That's why I'm seeking his permission for us to do this. It's our anthem. It's been done here before.
It's our own rules. Anyway, let's hear you. If today is your day, let's hear you. Our ladies, we are here.
Okay, so shall we? All right. Are we ready?
Yeah,
yes, we are ready.
We are ready. We'll support you.
Ready? 1, 2. All across the nation, all around the world, women and alone to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. Let's celebrate all in all. The Ghanaian woman.
mic. Honorable members, ladies, did you rehearse? Did you rehearse? No, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I whispered to you, we seek your leave once again to continue with our celebration outside the chamber. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable member, even the minority chief whip realized that you didn't even rehearse. Anyway, let me hear the leadership.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that maybe next year our women will rehearse and rehearse better. I want to believe that whatever they may be doing outside is well rehearsed. So that will be.
My guest today is someone who capped over 61 times for the Black Stars of Ghana. At his prime, he was called the Awrash for his exploits on the flanks for the national team. He played for Hearts of Oak and won a couple of trophies. Yaproko is my guest on Sports Check, and once we come back from this break, the conversation begins. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwao. I'll be back after this break. Welcome back from the break. Yaproko is my guest, a legend himself and a legend of Ghana football. These days, I see him coaching some under 17, a lot of players. Yeah, how has it been for you transitioning from active playing to coaching? I know it's been some years since you did that.
Yeah. You know, it wasn't easy though. You know, especially when you're coming to the end of your career. And like you said, transition, it was difficult because for you to accept that now you can, the soul is willing but the body is weak, and then you have to. But the funny part is, the interesting part is you are still in the game, and now you have to be at the side and impact your knowledge to those on the pitch. Beginning it was kind of difficult, but as we are learning, day in and day out, you're learning new things and taking it, seeing it in a different way, and how best you can develop the up and coming ones. So far I'm enjoying it.
We'll come to your playing career and some of the things you are doing in coaching. But for now, let's focus a bit on the Black Stars. We went to the AFCON, we performed poorly. Milovan Rivach was sacked. The FA have now constituted a new technical team for the Black Stars. What do you make of the structure of the Black Stars coaching or technical setup, where we have a technical advisor, we have the Black Stars coach in Utoado, and we have 2 assistant coaches? What do you make of the structure?
I think for a match against Nigeria, we're all focusing on. It's all about the World Cup, and we have limited time, and this, to put things in order, especially after we all know what happened in Cameroon. So it's putting, we don't have enough time. So I believe what they've put in place for the match against Nigeria is the right thing now to do now. And then after the Nigeria match, if by His grace we make it to the World Cup, we'll sit down and then and have the real structure. And then this is a short term. We think about the long term period. Then.
But there are some people who argue that we could have just gone ahead and appointed, maybe if Utuado is the person we think is the right person to lead the Blaster, we just appoint him as the coach instead of appointing Chris Hilton. It comes with its own cost and a bit of pressure on the coach himself and all the other things. What do you say to people such?
It wasn't a bad idea. It wasn't a bad idea. What others were also thinking, we could have done it that way. But I think after meetings upon meetings, the FA decided to go this way, and this is what has already been put on the table. We all have to back it up and then hope, pray that it come to pass and it give us a good result against Nigeria.
I mean, you watch Utuado, you have been with the Black Stars. Do you think that, looking at the current state of the Black Stars, is the right person to lead us against Nigeria?
When it comes to, Otto has been with the team. Unfortunately, he didn't go to the World Cup. We all know it's a risk, but this job you need to take risks sometimes. You need to take risks, and like I said, we all have to play our part. Otto can't do it alone. He can't do it alone. We all have to play our parts, and with the support from the public and the technical staffs and the little part everybody can play, because we're talking about World Cup here, and the last World Cup we didn't take part, and this one we want to, and like I said earlier on, we have a limited time, and these positions has already been put to place. So all we need to do is support it and make sure it works.
What are some of the things that Utuado will have to do to get a good result against Nigeria? Based on your knowledge of the team, with regards to our performance of the AFCON and some of the players, their conduct, and all the other things considered, what are some of the things he must do or he must change to put Ghana at a level where we can beat Nigeria and make it to Qatar?
I think we need to, the boys, they need confidence. After a disastrous Cup of Nations, psychologically, it won't be easy for the coach It won't be easy for him at all. The technical team, you need to psych the players. They need to have the belief. But when it comes to Ghana, Nigeria, it motivates the players. You don't need to do much. They have to know. You have to let them know what is at stake. It's like Has and Kotoko. Everybody is expecting it. Unfortunately, we are playing the first game here, and but I believe if the supporters come in their numbers, it will ginger the boys, because they know they've been reading social media, they've been going on the net and everything. They know that Ghana is really disappointed in them, so they need to make amends, and this is the game to do that. And unfortunately, it's going to be against Nigeria. Unfortunate, it's going to be when you are able to take Nigeria out, the support will come again, and everybody will be on this thing, on our side again. It's not going to be easy for the boys. It's not going to be easy, because playing against Nigeria, they can do you or you can do them. It goes both ways. Because I remember my first game for the Blasters, it was against Nigeria. Wow. In Nigeria, way back in '91. Bukar Caesar just threw me on the in the Lions Den, and in Nigeria against the likes of Stephen Keshis and the Eguavons and the rest. But it was against Nigeria, and I took it like this is my first match. Come on, go in and do your own thing. If you do well against Nigeria, that means you can do better against the other countries.
There were no butterflies in the stomach, were no?
Because fortunate for me, I had senior players around me. The Ampias, the Kwesi Appiahs, the Edward Ansans, and so I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared. I was told to go in and do my thing, and I went in, and I didn't put any pressure on me. It was qualifying for Senegal '92. I didn't put pressure. So playing against Nigeria is always dicey. You always die. If you don't bring your A game, you mess up.
But you had a crop of senior players before Bukazi's threw you onto the pitch or sent you on to play against. What conversation did you have? What did he tell you that, okay, yeah, I want you to go and do this and that? What kind of conversation went on before you went onto the pitch?
Initially he came to Belgium to pick out Odate Lamte only. But when he arrived, we were playing two aside, Anderlecht. We were playing two aside, and fortunate for us, the speed I used on that day, I think it gave him a hope that, oh look, this guy. And I was part of the '91 World Cup team, so he already knew what I was capable of. So after the game, we went to lunch with Stephen Keshi and Odate Azekasari. Then there is when he told Stephen Keshi, "I'm coming to pick." Stephen thought, the late Stephen Keshi, he thought Bukar is coming to pick Tess Odate. And then Bukar told him, "No, I'm picking the two other boys along." And then I remember Keshi told him, "Do you want Nigerians to kill my boys?" Because he knows, the kind of players they had then. It will be difficult for us to play them in Nigeria, especially. But when I thought I'm just going to be part of the team, but Bukar, he's a man of, he's adventurous. Let me put it that way. So he doesn't care. This is how I want to do it, and nobody can tell him. And he told me, "Look, it's against Nigeria. What I can do best is what he knows that I have speed, I'm quick, and I'm fast. So I should just apply all these things, play to instructions, and I'll be fine." And I started, and it went well for me.
What's your biggest memory? What do you recollect most about that particular game, your performance in that game?
I remember. I think I remember my performance. I was we did a lot of defending.
Okay.
We did, so we were doing more block defending and encounter. Block defending.
So you were more like the outlet for the team because of your pace.
So my pace, yes, exactly. That's the reason why he used me, because they were on fire. Nigeria, they were on fire that day, and I think I remember Richard Now was on top as well. So we were using our speed to hit them on the break, and Edward Ansan make a magnificent save. I think they had a penalty and he caught it. It was more defending and counter, more defending. So we did a lot of work. So I remember second half, I think somewhere with 70-something minutes, they took me out, but I played my part because I used my speed and to stretch the game, make sure that I get a foul for the team to cool the game down. And you know, with my speed, when you touch me, I'm already on the ground. So yeah, it was very interesting.
So after the game, what were some of the senior players telling you? You mentioned Stephen Appiah, Kwesi Appiah.
No, Stephen wasn't part of it. Kwesi Appiah, Emmanuel Appiah, Tony Bafu, Safu Jemfi, Ali Ibrahim. Hey, they were players that you admire from afar, and for you to be part of the team and then being a starter, they encourage you. So after the game, they you know, having a word from them that look, bro, you did well. We were proud of you. And so when I was added to the team to go to Senegal, I already justified myself, so it wasn't a big deal for them.
So you came up against Augustine Eguavon, who, interestingly, you're going to meet. He's going to coach Nigeria against the Black Stars. Based on your experience with him, what are some of the things that you believe he's going to do once he come up against the Black Stars in March?
I think what Eguavon, what he did is, this is going to be continuation of the AFCON. Okay. They had a good AFCON, even though they came out. We noticed he changed the team. You know, under the previous coach, they were not flowing. They were not even good at home. When you check their qualifier, the World Cup, they were struggling and a lot of hiccups. With this AFCON, we saw a free-flow Nigerian team. For the first time, I watched a Nigerian team, and I enjoyed it. You know, when they had the likes of JJs and the rest. Sometimes the game doesn't flow, then you need the individual brilliance from JJs and the rest. But this time, I really enjoyed the way they were playing. So I think we can watch this team. We can watch this team and analyze how they're going to play, especially. But when they are coming to Ghana, they know this playing against Ghana is a different ball game altogether. So tactically, I believe he is going to be very, very, very cautious, and so with that, advantage will be on our side to make sure we hit them when they are not well prepared, and then we see how it goes.
3 days after playing them in Ghana, we have to travel to Nigeria. And I'm dwelling on this Nigeria game because you had your first Black Stars experience with Nigeria.
I've coached in Nigeria as well.
And interestingly, you've coached in Nigeria before with Kenichi Achashi.
Yes.
So you have a lot of experience when it comes to Nigeria. 3 days after playing them in Ghana, you have to go to Nigeria. In terms of the atmosphere, the support, what should the Black Stars players expect?
Abuja, I'm happy we're going to play in Abuja. I read this, but they've not used that stadium for a very long time. I remember when I was in Nigeria 6 years ago, we had a Super Cup, which my team won. We won the Super Cup. And when they are playing in Oyo or Lagos, that's when the fans they come in their numbers. But Abuja, I don't know why they're going to Abuja. I think Abuja will do us a favor.
Really?
Yeah. But I see, unless the supporters from Kano, drop down. But Abuja is a quiet, city, capital, and they are not too much interested in football. But when you are playing in Oyo is a football state, and they love football. So I personally think Abuja will do us a favor. I don't think the boys will. The support will be that intimidating like Oyo and Lagos.
All right. So thank you very much. We've been speaking to former Blasters winger Prep, who has been giving us a lot of insight into how the Blasters should approach the game against Nigeria. We're going for a break. When we come back, this is Sports Check. The conversation will continue. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwako, and I'm speaking to Ghanaian football legend Preko. Earlier we spoke about your experience playing against Nigeria and the lessons therein for the Blasters ahead of the World Cup qualifier in March. Now, after the AFCON, there are certain players that some Ghanaians feel are not cut for the Blasters and should not be called for the game against Nigeria. Do you agree to such notions or with such ideas? And what are some of the players that you would recommend for Coach Otuado?
I think it depends on the style you want to play. But there are some players. I think he has seen the team and he scouted and he's still scouting. And the style you want to play, you have to invite those that can suit your system. So I don't think you have to invite for inviting sake. Otto has been in the game for quite some time. I know this is the first time of handling the national team. That is why he's been surrounded by experienced coaches as well. So we saw what happened in the Cup of Nations. Definitely, we know we're grooming a new team, and some of them are still not up to the task. But they have to start from somewhere. So after the Cup of Nations, I know some of them they've gained experience. I personally enjoy somebody like Tre. Before the Cup of Nations, trust me, I didn't see a lot in him to tag him as a national player. But after the Cup of Nations, I have seen that he has what it takes to be there. So some are late developers, and some will be instant, but they need to be given time, which we don't have. So it's a pressure on the coach because you need to invite players who can give us results. You know, it's all about this time. This game is not about fine game. It's about result. Players with character, players who understand why, who will understand the reason why they are invited. You know, and players with tough mentality and ready to die for the nation. This especially for this particular match, and then the rest we'll see how it goes.
Who are some of the players that you would want to step up? So when we went to the AFCON, people think that the likes of Thomas Partey, Jordan Ayew, and a few other guys who were supposed to be the stars of the team did not show up as expected. Who are some of the players that you believe should step up and take the game by the scruff of the neck against Nigeria?
Look, the parties and they are the players we have. We can't take them out. You know, it's a risk. You know, on a good day, Partey is one of our best. He had a rough tournament. I agree, but that doesn't mean he's a bad player. He's a fine player. On a good day, we know his capabilities. Jordan, with his experience, he's struggling in terms of scoring. He's trying to adapt to his new style now, playing from the wings and then be more of a playmaker and we have to we beginning to we have to accept the new Jordan. He's still a workaholic boy. He still give us infringements. He's still, but putting the ball at the back of the net the confidence is a bit low. But he's still part of the big stars in the national team. And in matches like this, you need the big guns. It's not Matra Makwe kind of this thing. You need players who they've done it, they've been there, done that.
What about the goalkeeping situation? There are a lot of people think that Jojo Wallacott should not be called to the Black Stars again. Some even have said that Richard Atoff had to fork Ibrahim Danlad, Razak Abelora. We should even go back for Richard Ofori. What do you make of the goalkeeping situation?
Ofori is still part of the team.
Yes, but he was left out of the AFCON.
He was injured, I believe. Yes. He was injured, but we know a fit Ofori will still be the number one. He was our number, and fortunate for us, when you check Ofori's record in the Blasters, it's very, very good. So when he is ready, I don't think Lele will just put him down. Personally, Wallacott, he didn't do badly. He was decent. It's unfortunate the whole team, scrambled, and then when it goes like that, it affects the newcomers. The defense, the cohesion wasn't really there. So, but before when he came and he was playing the qualifier, he did well. We were proud of him. We saw potential in him. We can't go to AFCON and come back and think you can just throw in the Garland and then what's the name? Richard Atta in a crucial match like this.
So we have to be very. With Jojo Wallacott.
It's up to the technical team. It's up to the technical team because what they saw during the training in AFCON, I believe they saw something good. They brought 3 goalkeepers. And Olele will not be that, excuse me to say, stupid to say, Atta is better than Wallacott or what's his name? Jojo. Is it Jojo, right? Yeah. Atta is better than Jojo, but I'll use Jojo. No, I don't think he will be that naive. So from what I was told, he was above them in the camp. That's why he was given the.
But we are still talking about the Blasters. I'm going to throw up an issue that's quite delicate. That has come up a lot after the AFCON. That's the issue of Juju. We went to after we performed poorly. There are a lot of allegations against one of the players. It wouldn't be fair on my side to mention their name, but you have played in the Blasters. You are now into coaching. Does Juju exist in football?
The name Juju is Juju. Anything that doesn't exist doesn't have a name. So since we living in a spiritual world, we're living in a spirit world. There's so many things moving around that we're not aware of. Sometimes when you go to the market, they tell you all those walking about in the market, not all of them are human beings. But we go to the market and mingle with them. But if you are not afraid of it, it will not hurt you. Sure. Are you getting me? When you are afraid of something, is what it brings you down. I believe there is juju in football. I believe there is juju in football. We have a good team and a bad team. We have those worshipping satanic and God. So just imagine two bad spirits coming together to battle. What will God do? So now the two bad spirits, the one that is more powerful will dominate the other. And so this is what I see, this is how I see it. This is how I see it, because when you believe nothing, you believe in yourself, and you believe that nothing can do you on the field of play, and you the one that you are worshiping can protect you. That one, you'll be there and you survive. But if you're also using another spirit to go to battle, definitely somebody will also bring a spirit that. So it will be your spirit against that spirit, and it will take this thing to another level, the battle to another level.
In your playing career, especially with the Blasters, did you experience any incidents of jujuism, or did you encounter any?
Nah. It was when we come. I can't remember. I played 12 years for Blasters. Not a single game that we hear somebody brought water or whatever. What we do prayers in the evening, go to sleep. Sometimes we invite a pastor to come and pray for us. That's all. That's all that we do, and we go to the game.
So how come how has it become a big issue now, especially post the AFCON? There's been a lot of allegations. I remember in 2012,
it baffles me because what I know, things like this are done in the club side. You know, the club side, especially when it comes to us in Kotoro. The things that do. This chapter bringing water, this chapter bringing this thing. It's said, but in the national team, it baffles me because I know in the national team, in our time, we don't even talk about juju in the national team. Nobody talk about juju in the national team. So for people to be talking about this thing, I'm yet to, this is kind of a rumor, but I don't know what they are talking about. Milo spoke about it before he left. The first coming of Milo, he spoke about it before he left. And came back again, and under the same Milo we are experiencing. So I don't know what they are talking about, but it baffles me sometimes.
My last question on Ghana versus Nigeria. What will be your score? What do you think that would you tip Ghana to qualify to Qatar at the end of the 2 matches?
We have to. We need to. And I think if we prepare, we don't have much time, but we don't have much time. Nigeria, they don't have much time as well. Nobody, but if we're able to put a good team, a formidable team together, psych them, give them the confidence that it's not about money. It's not about money. It's about making yourself proud. Against Nigeria, it's about pride. Playing against Nigeria is about pride. You don't think about money. We beat them here. We beat them 91. We beat them. We beat them 1-0 here. We were in the same group with them. We beat them. We went to Nigeria, drew 0-0, and then AFCON. We made them in AFCON. We beat them 2-1. Even though they scored first, we beat them 2-1. So it's when you meet a Nigerian, and you talk about, look, I was part of the team when that beat you. It's pride. So for Nigeria, there, it's pride. So that's what they have to put at the back of their mind. Like, beat them now, and 20 years from now, when you're out of the game, 10 years when you're out of the game, somebody will meet you and tell you that, look, bro, what you did against Nigeria, you made my day.
Thank you very much, Prego, for granting us audience. This is Sports Check, and my guest today was the legendary Prego, a former Hearts of Oak and Black Stars player who is now into coaching. So we'll come your way with another edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez. Let's welcome.
Mr. Speaker, the condition of women in the nation is the real measure of the progress of the nation.
So if women are struggling in a nation, there wouldn't be any progress for that nation. So Ghana must make sure that the women in this country do not struggle, they do not suffer. Because if women suffer in the country will not progress. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this occasion, this day, to encourage Parliament. Because if you look at the representation of women on our committees, for instance, in positions like the chairperson, the vice chairman, the deputy ranking in Parliament, it is not encouraging at all. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote what it is in Parliament that I'm talking about. 10% of committee chairpersons are women, 10%, while 6.6% are vice chairpersons. Then, Mr. Speaker, 3.3% are ranking members. Then 16.7% are deputy ranking members. Mr. Speaker, it is not encouraging at all. And as a nation, the 30% that the UN has asked nations to appoint women as representatives in leadership, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, we are down. So there's a need for Ghana to do something about the 30% women representation in leadership. In Africa, Mr. Speaker, you have countries like Rwanda, 61.3%, Burundi, 38.2%, Senegal, 43%, Cameroon, 33.9%, Ethiopia, 38.8%, Namibia, 44.2%, Tanzania, 36.7%, Uganda, 34.9%, Zimbabwe, 31.9%, South Africa, 45.8%. In Ghana, we're only 14%. Mr. Speaker, we've got to do something about this. Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that when women are in positions, Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that they do better than men. Mr. Speaker, I also dare to say that if the finance minister were a woman, we will not find ourselves in this situation that we find ourselves in. I dare to say that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Struggling in a nation, there wouldn't be any progress for that nation. So Ghana must make sure that the women in this country do not struggle, they do not suffer. Because if women suffer in the country will not progress. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this occasion, this day, to encourage Parliament. Because if you look at the representation of women on our committees, for instance, in positions like the chairperson, the vice chairman, the deputy ranking in Parliament, it is not encouraging at all. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote what it is in Parliament that I'm talking about. 10% of committee chairpersons are women, 10%, while 6.6% are vice chairpersons. Then, Mr. Speaker, 3.3% are ranking members. Then 16.7% our deputy ranking members. Mr. Speaker, it is not encouraging at all. And as a nation, the 30% that the UN has asked nations to appoint women as representatives in leadership, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, we are down. So there's a need for Ghana to do something about the 30% women representation in leadership. In Africa, Mr. Speaker, you have countries like Rwanda, 61.3%, Burundi, 38.2%, Senegal, 43%, Cameroon, 33.9%, Ethiopia, 38.8%, Namibia, 44.2%, Tanzania, 36.7%, Uganda, 34.9%, Zimbabwe, 31.9%, South Africa, 45.8%. In Ghana, we're only 14%. Mr. Speaker, we've got to do something about this. Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that when women are in positions, Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that they do better than men. Mr. Speaker, I also dare to say that if the finance minister were a woman, we will not find ourselves in this situation that we find ourselves in Ghana. I dare to say that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so in short, what I'm saying is that women, we can perform, we can do better at times when we are put in certain positions. So in the next NDC government, I am advocating that the defense minister should be a woman. The minister for defense should be a woman. The minister for interior should be a woman. The finance minister should be a woman. So that Ghana will move forward in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the International Women's Day, I would like to take this opportunity to salute the 40 women in Parliament who, out of all odds, have fought very well to be representatives of the people. I salute them, including myself. Mr. Speaker, I also salute non-governmental organizations like Abantu for Development. I salute Star Ghana. I salute the European Union. Just to mention but a few, for advocating for gender equality in Ghana and in other nations.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program that brings you the facts and updates that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we have a presidential guest straight from Ukraine, where there's a conflict with Russia. And these are students who are going to talk to us about their journey back home and also the things that are happening in the country before and after the conflict started. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In our studio today, we have Nana Kwache Ajiman. He's a NUX president for Chernivtsi, and that's in Ukraine. Also, we have Selom Jemeke. He is the vice NUX president in the same city,
They are here in the studio. Welcome, guys.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. President, how has it been in Ghana so far? How many days have you been here?
I mean, I arrived on the 1st of March, so I probably have 2 days. I think 3 days here. Today is my 3rd day in Ghana. And everything is okay, just that I'm struggling to adapt to the weather.
The weather. How bad was it before you came in Ukraine?
I might say it was very bad. Not pleasant at all.
Is it in the negatives?
Yeah, negative, 20, 10, 5. It varies, but yeah, very bad.
What about you, Salom?
Same here. The weather conditions are harsh for me. Comparing it to Ukraine, even summer is not that hot. I mean, when we're coming down from the flight, they announced the temperature in Ghana 27. I was like, oh, that feels like me being in a lab or something. So it's the weather for me, and then I would say internet is bad.
Does that mean you already miss Ukraine?
Not really, just for some little things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to Nana Kwache. Can you tell us how long did it take you to move from your city to Ghana?
So we started our journey on 25th, and we arrived at 1st, so probably 4 days.
4 days.
Yeah.
Is it the same for you? You came together?
Yeah, we came together, yeah.
Okay. So did you also have to work for hours?
Yeah, we did work for hours, yeah.
Okay, so let's just go back to when it all started. We know Russia has already made this, made this statement some months ago about their disinterest in Ukraine joining the European Union and all the little or subtle warnings that were going back and forth. Did you expect it to get to this level?
I mean, 21st century, who does that? We downplayed his intentions, and here we are now.
So at what point did you think it was becoming bad?
When we heard about the first invasion on 24th of February.
24th of February?
Yeah.
And 25th you're already leaving?
Yeah, because you had to go.
Which part of Ukraine is your university, and which university is it?
It's in the western part. My university is called Bukovanian State Medical University.
Okay, so you're a medical student?
Yeah.
Are you also a medical student?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many students, Ghanaian students, are in that university?
For my university, Ghanaians, we have 37.
37?
Ghanaians, yeah.
And in the town, are there other universities where we have Ghanaians?
Yeah, I mean, let me correct that. We have 35 from my university and 2 from the National University, yeah.
Okay. And the 37 of you are the only ones in the town?
For Ghana, yeah.
For Ghana. And are there other members, NUCS members, who are not in these 2 universities?
Yeah, but not for my city, but other cities they do have.
Okay. And all of you are networked?
Yeah, networked, yeah. Through WhatsApp platforms, Telegram pages, and then we have annual meetings as a union. So yeah, we are all linked in a way.
Okay. And how long have you been in Ukraine?
5 years.
5 years. Same?
Same year.
Yeah. I think anything I ask is just
we went to Ghana together.
You went together?
We went from Ghana together, yeah.
So you were friends before you even went to Ukraine?
No, we met at the airport, and then we just started making friends.
Met at orientation.
By wearing friends.
You're not friends. So you became friends at the orientation?
Not at the orientation, at the airport.
At the airport?
Yeah.
Okay, before you went to Ukraine together?
Yeah.
And are both of you coming from the same university in Ghana?
No.
Which university are you from?
In Ghana?
Yes, in Ghana.
I went to Kenya University for 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
And then you moved to Ukraine. What about you?
I didn't go to any university.
Okay, so you went straight from secondary school, you went straight to Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, so why Ukraine?
Okay, so I couldn't secure a medical school in Ghana, so to the requirements they needed from me, I couldn't score as people scored and entered, and my parents were not ready to pay any sort of thing for so I had to go to Europe and go and study. Okay,
and are you on scholarship, government scholarship?
No, my parents are funding everything.
They are funding everything. Yeah. Is it the same for you as well?
Yeah, the same for me, yeah.
Okay, so a number of people are not on government scholarship. Are there others who are on government scholarship?
I mean, 99% of the people there are fully funded from home. And I think just recently they introduced the scholarship by the Secretariat of Scholarship for Ghana, and I think a few of them, not quite a number, I stand to be corrected, let's say 8 or 9 people are being funded by the government, yeah. But before we actually went to Ukraine, government was actually funding more people in Ukraine, but now, I don't know how it happened, but then that came to a halt.
Okay. Did you have to go through any state agency before you traveled for your education? Are they aware you are there? Did they have any relationship? Were they contacting you while you were in Ukraine?
Yeah, because I think before we can get access to actually travel, you need to go to the Foreign Affairs to get some affidavit signed, to swear some oath. I mean, they are where we are all living. And before we left, we filled some forms at the immigration. So I guess they know our number out there.
Did they contact you while you were there before the whole crisis?
Before the crisis, I mean, before the invasion or before...
invasion.
Before 2014, we were actually in talks with the government.
Okay.
Yeah, they were giving signals, and then they were asking us to preach the fact that if you have enough funds, you can come home by yourself. But as I said, we downplayed the fact that this was actually going to happen, because almost every year we have state of emergency being declared and nothing happened. So we downplayed it this time, and then this time it was a reality. So yeah, we've been in touch.
Have you ever been in contact with the government before even the whole crisis, or you just heard from them when it started coming up, when you started hearing about the invasion?
I think for the we don't have an embassy in Ukraine, and at first we used to be under the embassy in Russia, but it switched to Bern, that is Switzerland. So I mean, when the ambassador got the notice that he's in charge of Ukraine, he comes there often to check up on us, organizes seminars to interact with us, and through the nooks we actually speak with them. They convey information to the nooks, and then we also relay to our members.
Okay, and there's been no funding or no special offers from the government before this whole situation began?
No, I think
it was just meetings and communication and conversations.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when it started, when you heard the news and you heard all the political back and forth and everything, did you feel a little bit alarmed yourself?
Honestly, I was indifferent about this whole thing because, like my colleague said, we downplayed this action or whatever he said. So I was just being myself because the whole city was normal. Even the indigenous were just doing their own things, and then why should I be scared? I mean,
how far is your city from the capital city?
About 10 hours drive.
10 hours?
Yeah.
So you were a bit far away.
Yeah.
Could it be a different situation in the capital? Or the same situation?
They were
just
was living their lives. I mean, we make phone calls to them and ask them how was life in Kyiv, and then they'll be like, it's normal. Nothing is going to happen. We happen to call some of our church leaders, and then they assured us nothing is going to happen. And so we were just living our lives too.
Yeah. And then you had the invasion.
Yeah.
So when it happened, all of you wanted to move out.
Exactly.
Yeah. All of you.
All of us.
Not all of us.
No, not all of us. Some people, I mean, the city is looking at the number of years they spent in school and the money involved, you know, they didn't want to come to Ghana, leave Ukraine, because it's quite sad to hear that I have some few months to complete school and this thing happened. So, I mean, if I were to be in their shoes, I'll be traumatized and acted the same way. But well, life is much more important than any other thing.
So how many people have you left behind?
Out
of the 37, the group that you had?
I think all of them are out of the city now. All of them.
But not all of them are in Ghana right now?
No, most are in, I think all of them are in Romania with just one person. One is in the UK now. I think two are in the UK now, and with one person also in Hungary now. So I think the rest are with Romanian people now.
Okay, and they are not interested in returning?
They would. I mean, on Sunday they are going to arrive.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay, and these are all Ghanaian students in Ukraine, or just from your city?
I mean, in Ukraine, most moved to Poland, some moved to Poland, some moved to Slovakia, some moved to Hungary, some moved from Hungary to Czech, and then I think the majority is in Romania now. Okay. So they are going to come from tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, till everyone is back home.
Yeah. Okay, so let me come back to Samuel. Yeah. What did you pack on 24th? Or you packed on 25th? Which day did you pack?
Honestly, I packed it on 24th.
Okay.
But I was just playing because I was fooling with them. We were all playing. And then I got a phone call. I didn't take anything serious. I was like, on that very day, on the 24th, when I heard it, I was like, nothing is going to happen. I mean, it's in Kyiv or in Kharkiv, so there's no way it's going to get to me. So I just packed I took 2 shoes and then some clothes. They are all official. I mean, just shirts and like about 3 trousers.
How many bags? 2 bags?
Just one.
One bag?
Yes,
backpack or was it traveling?
Okay, it was a traveling bag with my backpack.
Okay.
I had a camera inside and then my laptop.
Your laptop. And then just a few clothes.
Yeah.
What about you?
For me, I mean, I didn't carry much. He's laughing at me. I just need to shop again when I came to Ghana. So I just took my laptop, my documents, my files, I think my, how do I call it? My diary. And then I picked this trousers. And then this shoe, I just bought it here. And one shoe, and then 1 shirt. And then I picked my brush and then, how do I call it? My toothpaste.
Yeah.
That was the things. And I a few books here. That was what I took. So I had nothing on me.
Yeah.
So I traveled very light.
And what did you leave behind?
A lot.
What's the priceless thing for you that you've left behind?
My books.
Your books.
Because some of the books are very costly. I mean, and yeah.
Did you leave them in the dorm room or you left them in an apartment you're renting? How are you living?
We live in an apartment.
An apartment, your own apartment that you rented.
Yeah,
not
rented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
you locked it up.
Yeah, I didn't even inform my landlord.
So your landlords didn't know you were leaving.
No, I told them when I came to Ghana.
Okay. And you left the keys with them? Where are the keys?
Yeah, my roommate actually stayed. He came later on, so I'm sure he did that deal. But
he's not Ghanaian.
He's Ghanaian.
He
came later on. He's in the one in Hungary.
Okay.
Yeah. No, in Slovakia. Sorry.
So your things are there. What did the landlord tell you? Are they going to keep them for you? Are they?
They have to keep it for us. But I'm sure we are entitled to pay our monthly dues to them. Yeah. So far as our things are there.
So you have to pay the rent.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about your journey from after you packed and how you got to finally arrive in Ghana. And then we'll also talk about some other things concerning your education and your hopes and beliefs and what to expect to happen in the coming months. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guests are from Ukraine. That's Nana Kwache Ajiman, is the newest president of Chenevsky.
Yeah, you got it right.
And then we have the vice president. That's Samuel Selom Jemeke, and he's the vice president. Yeah. And they are all from a university. You are medical students. You've been in Ukraine for 5 years, and you've been studying medicine, living on your own, self-funded. And you are in Ghana now, something you didn't expect in the past 7 days, and it just happened.
Yeah.
So how many years more do you have to complete your education?
1 year.
1 year. What do you think could happen? What are your worst fears?
I mean, I'm not afraid. There are more options to explore. This is just, I mean, something, a bad wind blowing. So before maybe I can come to a conclusion, we need to consider the government's say in this, the Nooks as a body, the Ukrainian government, my parents, and also myself. So after all this is calmed down, we would come to an agreement and take the best decision. But I hope, I mean, I'll be able to complete next year.
Okay. So on the 25th, it didn't look like it will come down soon. And on that day, when you packed your bag and you carried your backpack with your laptop and a few items, what was your next move?
Just to get to the border. Okay, before that, my brother and I actually wanted to buy a ticket together with Ajima. Wanted to just buy a ticket and go to Lviv, a neighboring city to us, which is just 5-hour drive from us. They had an international airport there because we couldn't have gone to Kyiv. It was mad in Kyiv, so we were just scared. So we wanted to go to Lviv, and then we just heard something. We heard a news that all flights have been grounded and all spaces have been shut down because of the whole thing. So we had to just find another means of getting out of the country that's just using the border. The Romanian border is about 1 hour drive from GhanaWeb. So
Okay.
we're lucky.
You were lucky you were closer to the border. And how much money did you have then for you to even think of going to Lviv to charter a flight?
Okay.
Did you have enough?
Yeah, parents had sent money, so
they sent before the whole.
They were actually pressuring us to come 2 weeks before the whole thing, and they were just telling them, oh, they should keep calm. School is in session. Teachers are assuring us that we are going to be safe, and also we're calm actually. And my parents were just pressuring me. So my dad used to call me sometimes dawn. He's calling me that, and what's the situation right now? How is everything? Like, I'm sleeping. When I wake up, maybe I'll get back to you or something. So that was it. Then on the 25th, we, together with Ajima, Ajima had to go and do the clearing in the school to inform the school that we are going back to our countries. My brother and I went in search of the bus because transportation was another difficult thing to come by as at that time. And then, truth be told, ATMs, they were not allowing us, international students, like, because we use international cards, they were not allowing us to withdraw money on the 25th.
What was the ATM rejecting your card, or?
Yes. They will tell you insufficient fund. That's like, they don't have money in their ATM, like, the ATM. So it was something else for us. People were just calling us to ask for options, and then, like, we don't know what to do. So maybe they should just keep it on the card. When we cross the border, they can just use it. Yeah, it was bad.
So how did you get to the border, Nana?
Okay, so I went to the school to get them cleared, and the school was in support that we must leave immediately. And then I think the school also contacted the Romanian consular, informing them that students will be arriving at the border, so they should allow us. But before that, NUX as a body was also engaging the government in this whole process.
The government of Ghana or Ukraine?
Ghana. The government of Ghana, yeah.
Okay.
We are engaging them in the whole process. I informed the presidency that I'm moving with my people today, so they should be aware that we are moving. And also, they demanded we send them a list of students who are actually going to cross the border at that time. We gave it to them. They gave us a letter that showed that they've already informed them, and then if anything, in the worst case scenario, we can show the letter to the Romanian authorities. So, I mean, upon all these information we had, we were positive that, I mean, we can cross. But still, it was a little bit dicey, 50-50 situation. But we took the risk that, I mean, we can go. So that's how the journey started. So Selom and his brother, who was an ex-president for GhanaWeb NUX, got the bus. The bus arrived at 1. We were supposed to leave around 2.
So it was a privately chartered bus?
Yeah, privately chartered bus, yeah. The school wanted to assist us in getting the bus, but we have already gone for our bus already. So I think at 3:30 we set off.
AM?
PM. We set off from GhanaWeb. On our way, there was no traffic. I mean, 20 minutes into our drive, we got stuck in the middle of nowhere where cars were not moving. I mean, a lot of people trooping into the borders to actually run out of the country.
And how many were you in the bus?
We were 37.
37. So the entire NUX body in GhanaWeb?
Nigerians joined, and then Zimbabweans joined, yeah. 2 Zimbabweans, and then the rest were Nigerians, with 24 Ghanaians. Okay. So the bus was not moving for almost 2 getting to 3 hours. We were just sitting there with no movement. So I spoke to Selom and asked him that we can try and check whether we are near the border, and then come back and tell them that we can walk and then leave the bus. So we started trekking with him and his brother. We walked for almost 30 minutes. We weren't seeing anybody. So we had to stop and ask one woman who was driving that if we are supposed to walk, I mean, how many minutes is it going to take? She told us approximately 1 hour or 30 minutes. Like, okay, so we came back, informed our people. The girls were a bit skeptical and reluctant to follow that because they actually packed heavy. Some were having rice cookers and then, you know, for real, having a lot of food stuff in their bags. So we had to switch and then give our light baggages to them and then take theirs along so that they know that we are with them. So they agreed, and then we started trekking. And we trekked for, I mean, 2 getting to 3 hours. We arrived at the border.
2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, approximately.
With the heavy load. You didn't leave some behind?
Not at all.
Because we had reports that people had to leave behind some of their loads and walk because they couldn't do it. That's those in the other cities.
Yeah. For us, we didn't leave anything behind. I mean, along the line, we were cracking jokes, we were laughing at each other, calling ourselves lieutenant colonels, the war veterans. I mean, laughing at someone's shoes. I mean, we were making fun of each other. So it made the journey very interesting, and then we didn't realize time was actually going. So we arrived with very nice moods, and then.
And you do meet a lot of people also working?
Yeah, the indigenous were also working as well. Foreigners, I mean, almost everyone was working.
Yeah.
So you can't just sit down and then be like you're waiting for the car to move.
Did you meet any racist, reactions on your way? Was there anything like that?
While I was walking?
While I was walking.
No. They were even happy taking videos of us. I mean, pointing fingers that they are also actually leaving. Everything was calm.
Everything was calm.
Because Chinese is very peaceful, honestly.
Okay.
Chinese is very peaceful.
Cool. Now let me come back to you, Selom. When you got to the border, what happened?
It's tragic, man. When we got there, it's funny enough, the soldiers on the border were Ukrainian soldiers, so of course they are going to allow their people to go before you. The blacks and Africans.
Non-Ukrainians, you mean? Or just Africans? Were they allowing people who were light-skinned to cross, or just non-Ukrainians?
Non-Ukrainians, I mean, yeah. Even people from Canada were still standing with us, so yeah.
So when we got there, they were just allowing kids and then mothers, the Ukrainians, to pass. So
Ukrainian men were also stopped?
Yes. I mean,
if
I think
you are older than 18,
16 to 60 years, you have to stay and fight.
So they wanted they wanted them to stay and fight. Not
you have to stay. You have to. Not once. You have to. I mean,
was there a law that was announced?
Yeah, it's a responsibility. I mean, as a guy from Ukraine, 16 to 60 years, if there's a war, you stay behind, fight for your country. So I think that because of the fact that they felt that they are going to, stand up for their country, they were bringing their wives and children, their families to the border, and they felt they need to, be privileged and have their families go first because they are going to stay behind. And that was, for us, it was understandable because, they are going to take up the mantle and then try and save the country. So the orders were very clear, as Selom was saying, children, mothers, and girls, you can go. Boys, wait behind. Afterwards, we will look at you.
And why did that affect you? Why did you stay longer at the border?
Because there are a lot of girls, a lot of females.
So they wanted to process everybody before they process the foreigners?
Yeah. If you are lucky, they will stop and then let some few boys also pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were no queues, actually.
Yeah, there were no queues. That's the issue.
I think that was the dumbest thing they ever did.
So it was like a pandemonium.
Yeah, everyone was around.
Yeah. And how long did it take you at the border before you got to your turn?
For me, why are you laughing? I stood there for a very long time. He went before me.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I think I was.
How did you manage to get away through?
I'm also smart.
So you had to fight your way through, and then you got it.
Funny enough, my bag was very heavy. It was a big bag, so I had to throw the bag in the yard before, because you can't go in there with the bag with you, the luggage you're traveling with you. So that was what I did, and then I was, light and then freeze. When I got there, I came to stand by him, and
I was even in front, and he came to stand by me, and he went before me.
Yeah.
So I lost my baggage along the line, so I need to go back, search for it, and then come back to the midst of crowd. And at 4 a.m., around 4 or 5 a.m., I had a pass. While they have gone for, several hours,
I went
relaxing, waiting for us. So yeah.
11 p.m.
And what about the women who were with you with the heavy luggages? Were they able to?
They already passed, yeah.
Okay, so
because
they
were women. Yeah, they were women,
okay.
So they could pass. Depending on your color, your girl, when you find yourself in front, you can just go. The issue is how to get in front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's no queue.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
So what did they check when you got to the border?
Passport control. Okay, yeah, they will check your passport, your post-vid card. That's like the Ukrainian resident stay.
Okay.
When you school in Ukraine, you are entitled to one.
And if you don't have those ones?
One guy didn't have a passport. He's from Cameroon. He stood there for hours. I don't know when they even left him.
So do you think he made it through?
Yeah.
He would have.
In the city, I saw him. The city of I saw him walking about.
Okay. So which city did you go into after crossing the border?
Sucheva. Yes, that's the city.
And did it take long for you to get into the city, or it was just around the border?
I think 2 hours from the border.
2 hours?
Yeah.
So how did you get there? Did you charter another bus?
Luckily for us, luckily for me, and when they got out, they have already contacted the Church of Pentecost over there. So the national head instructed someone to help us get a bus.
This in Romania?
In Romania, yeah. So, even though there were, volunteers offering buses, giving food, providing SIM cards, water, and trying to let everyone calm down, the Church of Pentecost helped us secure that bus, wait for everyone, because they move in time and batches. Okay. So if it's full, they just go away. But this bus waited for all the Africans who are coming before they actually moved. So when I got there, the bus was there luckily for me. I just sat inside, got some water, and then sat down. And
so this is the Church of Pentecost of Ghana?
Yeah.
In Romania?
In Romania, yeah.
And they waited for Africans, so there were non-Ghanaians also in the bus?
Yeah, I mean, we were, even with Mexicans, right? Yeah, Mexicans were also in the bus, yeah. Okay. But we waited for every single black person to get into the bus before they move.
Okay, and then when you moved, where did you go to next?
We went to, take this one.
The Sucheva, that's the city we went to. Yeah. So a place was reserved for us, and then we spent some hours there.
By the church? Or
yeah,
by
they contacted them, yeah.
Okay.
So the the government of Romania gave us a place. It was quite comfortable. So we had to rest. They saw the need for us to rest because we've been standing hours. Ajiman can attest to that. He stood there. We were just on our feet at the border. It was sad and it was cold. I couldn't even feel my legs. It was numb and all. So when we got there, we checked in, we lodged, we slept, and then we went to take shower. Not long after, someone came that there was some problems with our bookings and something. Okay. So we had to move. But then he had contacted the deputy ambassador to Czech Republic there.
Tijani, Honorable Tijani.
To fix your booking problem?
No, to meet us.
Okay.
Because they told us that they would come for us after we get to Romania. So I was in constant communication with them. This number of people has crossed. We are waiting in the bus. We are in Sucheva now. We are moving to Bucharest. So we were just, talking with them. The ministry directed me through the ambassador for Czech Republic because he was going to be in charge of us in Romania. And he assigned Honorable Tijani to come to our aid. So we went to Bucharest airport, waited a few hours, and then he arrived, where he wanted to book a flight immediately for all of us to leave. But unfortunately, we couldn't do that. So we had to move to an airport, to a hotel, and then spend the day and come the following day.
We'll talk more about that because I want to know how you moved from Sucheva to Bucharest.
To Bucharest, yeah.
And how long it was.
Yeah.
And was there any injury on the way from Ukraine to Sucheva? There were no injuries?
No, not
And did you spend any of your money on your way, or you didn't spend anything?
Nothing.
You came to Ghana with all of your money?
Yeah. The only thing we did was pay for the bus.
Okay.
That was the only...
That was the bus from Tbilisi.
Yeah. But everything after Romania was free.
Everything was free. Okay.
We're even cracking jokes that, yeah. Did it free? You say free. We just...
Glass and quan.
We'll talk more about that and your journey from Romania to Ghana. This is the lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are having a very interesting conversation with our Ukrainian students who arrived in Ghana a few days ago. We have Nana Kwache and Selom, and they are talking to us or telling us about their journey and what they went through and everything else. So it was quite an interesting spectacle and also experience. I'm sure you've never experienced anything like that before.
No, growing up, my dad is a military officer, so I witnessed him going for wars, and I used to cry anytime he went. But me personally, he told me stories, but personally, witnessing this myself was on a different level.
Was it a mix of fear and, I mean, just curiosity, or what was it?
I wasn't scared, but I was sad that I couldn't have answers to what the members were asking me for. I mean, because numerous questions were coming in, several calls was coming in, and I didn't have answers to any of them. And parents are actually worried, friends are worried, siblings are worried. What do we do from then? So that was actually my worry. Not that we are all going to die or something, but then how to get the answers for them.
Okay, so at Romania, in the first city you were hosted for taking your shower and eating and everything, what was the next line of action for you?
Yeah, to meet the deputy ambassador to Czech Republic.
Okay.
So we had to get to the capital city, that's Bucharest. So
so was a bus also?
Yes, the same Church of
the
Pentecost.
same bus, Church of Pentecost.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, we really commend them for their good work. We never thought help was going to come. I mean, yeah. So when we got, the bus was arranged, and then we drove for about 7 hours.
7 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was late in the night, so I slept. He slept too. He was sitting by me. So
yeah, so you slept, and then you woke up, you were almost there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not proper sleep, but then, yeah, I mean.
And what happened there?
So we sat at the airport for, he said, some few minutes, hours.
I didn't say few minutes, like for some hours.
We sat there, sir.
Waiting for the deputy ambassador?
Yes.
Okay.
He was coming from Czech Republic, so it was understandable. Like, he was going to take a call, so yeah. Okay. We understood.
From Czech Republic to Romania, Bucharest, okay.
Yeah, but some were impatient. My brother especially, he wanted to book his own flight and come. But I was like, nah, free bounty, my chain.
Because there was money, of course.
Of course.
So you could have handled your own situation.
Yeah.
But you just had to wait and
government to discare bounty, my chain.
Yeah.
I'll wait for it. Yeah.
So the money came eventually?
It did.
So he came by air? And you met him at the airport?
Yeah.
So what happened when you met him? I mean, what was the interaction like?
So I think with Honorable Tijani, the first time he saw us, he said he's sorry for whatever happened, and then they're going to make sure we are all okay. And whoever would pass through Romania would go to Poland. Funds are made available to help us, and solicitors come back home. Yeah. So he assured us that, and then we went with him personally, Selim and I, and then our financial secretary, to Qatar Airlines to try and buy tickets at the moment.
At the airport?
At the moment, on the spot. So they told us we can't do that because, I mean, flights are unavailable, so we can do that tomorrow. So he then decided to, I mean, he had already booked a hotel, I mean, in advance for us, so he decided that we should then go to the hotel, get some rest, give us money to buy food, and then he took our passports, got our tickets, itinerary, and then brought it back. And the following day, I mean, students trooped in. I think around 70 or 90 students from Ukraine came to
They were Ghanaians?
They were Ghanaians. They came to the airport. I booked, I was in charge of the hotel processing and all that, so I booked their hotel rooms for them, took their passport, gave it to Honorable Tijani, and then he was working on their flights as well.
Okay.
So that's how come we were the first people to actually come.
What happened to the Cameroonian, the Nigerians who were with you from Ukraine into Romania? Did you leave them behind when we were moving to Bucharest airport?
I mean, from the start, Selim and I, to be honest, we knew the issue of we going to be divided after Romania was high, because it would turn into a national issue. If my nation wants me, I can't include someone from Nigeria. So they also had to, I mean, take matters in their own hands and try to reach out to their embassies. But then luckily for us, we got in touch with the Nigerian ambassador, the embassies. They gave us some few contacts. If we find Nigerians, we should let them call them.
So you helped them as well?
Yeah. So I think at the point they came in for them, and then took them away. But with the Zimbabweans, we came with them, but I think they slept at the airport throughout the time. We also went to our hotel to rest.
So they didn't even get any help?
No.
Wow. Okay, so now you had 90 people join you, and you were in the hotel waiting for the airline to be booked. So which airline did you?
Qatar.
Qatar. Yeah. The following day?
The following day, yeah.
Okay. And then everything was smooth after that?
Very smooth.
More than 90 Because you said about 90.
The 90, they are still yet to come,
okay,
because Qatar is not granting the government a chartered flight.
Okay.
That's what I heard. So they are still booking commercial flights for them. So it's going to take a while. But I know from tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, they'll be coming, because more people are even coming there. And I know Honorable Okutejo Ablakwa is also in Romania now.
Yes. So he's meeting with the 90 that are yet to come.
Yeah, I think more than 90 now.
More than 90.
Yeah, okay. So he's with them, and then they would ensure they come home.
Okay. So when you arrived, you already told us about the weather, the internet issues, and everything else. However, I'm sure you are thinking about your other stuff, as you said earlier in the interview.
Yeah.
Who did you meet at the airport?
Okay. So we met a lot of media people. We were expecting that, actually.
Okay.
So I actually wanted to disguise myself as a student. Like maybe a businessman.
Yeah, you're leaving something important out. I'd like to point to the fact that when we got to Ghana, the cabin crew announced in the flight that everyone should stay behind, whether first class, business class, stay behind. Students from Ukraine are coming, so let us move first before everyone will come. So when we got out of the plane, I mean, immigration officers with government officials were waiting for us. They directed us through the VIP channel. I mean,
so you use the VIP?
Yeah, we used the VIP. We didn't go through any regular. I mean, you know, so we are big men now. Yeah.
So you had fun, basically.
Oh yeah, we had fun.
You were welcomed well. You had a media waiting for you, and you were the first team of students from Ukraine to arrive in Ghana.
So, government of Ghana has done. I mean,
and you got a last meal after the airport?
No. We were dispatched to our various homes. So.
Okay, so your families were there?
Yeah, waiting for us. Yeah.
Okay, and since then, have you had any communication with government? What next about your education?
We still hold meetings, but with our education is on halt. But I think we need to wait for everyone to come down to Ghana, or the situation comes to a halt before we can actually discuss all these things. But I know, I mean, yesterday there was several meetings with the minister herself on how to get students out of Ukraine. That is Sumy. There's one city that students are actually stuck over there, both Ukrainians and foreigners. Railways are not working, roads are not working, and it's very worrisome because we are home and we want to celebrate the victory that we are home, but we can't actually celebrate the victory that we are home because our friends are still back there and we don't know what's going to happen. Foods are in shortage, ATMs are not working. Even if they are working, they are scared to go out because Russians are dominating there now. So that is an issue we need to also look at.
Yeah. If there's an opportunity for you to continue your education elsewhere, is this something that you accept?
Yeah, totally.
The 1 year that's left?
Yeah.
You would also accept it?
Yeah, because I mean, I was there to complete I was there to actually study and come back home and then have an impact over here. So if there's an opportunity, I'll just continue. It's the same thing.
Okay. But your things you can let go?
Oh yeah, we can.
Of course, I mean
they're just books.
For me, I brought my books, so I don't know about him.
Material stuff.
Material stuff.
Yeah.
Which you can replace. That's cool. So what would you tell Ghanaians now that you are back, and those who are out there, if they are able to watch? Because I understand the internet has been shut down in other places, even though there are some internet connection elsewhere, or there are ways of getting the internet. We heard about Elon Musk also helping with the internet situation. What would you tell students who are out there who are stuck in some of these cities in Ukraine?
Please take the floor.
Okay, so students who are stuck, we are with you in prayers, and we are hoping that you guys will join us. And if you've not made your mind that you are going to come to Ghana, I tell you to make your mind now that you need to come home. There's no place like home. It's peaceful. I mean, Ghana has been, if you talk of peace, I think I would say it's number one, because I've never heard any sort of like war thing in Ghana. So if you are thinking of coming to Ghana, just try as much as possible to cross the border, and then we are there with we are here, and then we are in contact with the ministry. They will get you out of Ukraine. And yeah.
And Nana, what would you say is the situation? I mean, do you take a stand on the situation between Russia and Ukraine, or you think it's none of your business? It's not something that you really want to, go into?
I stand with Ukraine, of course.
You stand with Ukraine?
Of course. I mean, numerous and several reasons why I need to stand with Ukraine. But most importantly, this is a place that I've stayed for 5 years with no issues. And it's a place that is actually molding me into the future medical practitioner I want to be. So I'll stand with them, and I hope that cool heads will prevail.
Can you speak Ukrainian?
Troshki, small.
Small. What about you?
Trishki small.
Who speaks best Ukrainian?
I think I do. I do better than him.
Maybe we can try.
You can try.
Yeah.
I do better than him. I do better than him.
You had a Ukrainian girlfriend?
No. I never
had
tried.
Ukrainian friends.
Friends.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you don't speak Ukrainian, do they have any options for you? Do they understand English?
Yeah, most of them do know English.
Most of them do.
But I mean, the translator also works, so
Okay.
you can find your way. You can find your way out.
Yeah, so it's not that difficult to live being a non-Ukrainian and also
Not
someone
at
who
all.
speaks English.
Not at all. The Nooks is there. I mean, if you have any issues, immediately you arrive in Ukraine, Nooks will come and meet you.
Okay.
Nooks will do your registration for you. Nooks will help you cook. Nooks is actually the embassy for Ghanaian students in Ukraine. So it's not much of a difficult thing to live in Ukraine.
Is it a cool place to live in?
Very. I can walk around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. with no, fears.
No security issues.
I don't think I can do that in Ghana.
Crime rate in Ukraine is very
You can
low.
actually.
When? Where?
In Ghana, we walk around.
You are lying.
Really?
Oh, sure.
Maybe in
Yes.
groups.
You've not been here for 5 years, so I just want
3 a.m. you can walk
add that.
around.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
A lot of
it's quite
pickpockets
free.
and armed robbery in Ghana. Like crime rate in Ukraine
It's not that
is
much.
so less.
Yeah, so with the media, you need to not believe everything you see or hear, and also you can't generalize because a lot
Okay.
of people see one event and you generalize. It's just as the fake news that's going on about the whole Russia and Ukraine situation. What were the worst ones that you've heard?
That the ones that I heard that we are almost all going to die. Yeah, because I mean before the invasion, there was nothing happening. Everything was running very smoothly. So I think that was, that actually put me off because
It put you off because it's not true.
it's not true. My mom was always calling me. I'm hearing the news. Things are going on. What is happening? But we were actually going to school, and nothing was going on. So yeah.
What did you also hear that you thought this is
I
absurd?
mean, they were just showing videos of 8 years ago, an invasion which happened in a city in Ukraine, that's Donetsk. And my parents seeing this, it will trouble them. I mean, calls kept on coming. And I don't like phone calls at all. If I'm not enjoying the convo, you come to tell me about what is happening here in Ukraine.
They
Meanwhile,
scare you
in
too.
Ukraine. Yeah, it's scary. So I wasn't really in for that. Yeah, they should stop that. They should propagate what is happening in Ukraine. If they don't have anything at all, they shouldn't talk about it. That's what I would say.
So what's your plan? Do you have a short-term plan to what do you want to do? What do you want to achieve right now that you are home?
Okay, now school is not in session. They declared that we have 2 weeks break. So we are hoping that school will go back online. We were having online in Ukraine before everything started. Yeah, so we are just hoping that school will start again, and then we'll continue with classes. But aside that, I mean, we'll engage ourselves in so many things. I just don't want to read medicine alone.
Okay.
Yeah, other things. Yeah.
So after your education, what do you intend becoming? A general surgeon or what exactly?
Okay, I want to be a pediatrician.
Pediatrician.
Or a urologist.
Okay. What about you, Nana?
I like children, but I don't want to be a pediatrician. I mean, I'll go for cardiothoracic surgery.
Okay.
I offer surgery. Yeah.
And your final words?
My final words. Thank you, Ghana. I mean, thank you, Almighty God. Thank you, parents, and then dear citizens of Ghana, for being with us throughout this tough times. We know that you are scared for the people out there. The government is trying its best. International bodies are also trying its best, and I know that in due time, all of us will be home safely. So let's keep calm, and then we know that everything will be fine.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming to our show. This is the lowdown. We just heard from Nanakwa Churchman and Samuel Selom Jemeki. And they are students from Ukraine. They arrived safely. They're the first batch of students who arrived in Ghana. And we stand with Ghanaian students wherever they are, including Ukraine. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of our digital platforms. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail. Akwe, be safe.
Speaker, according to SNIT data, there is a further worrying trend that just a few Ghanaians aged above 60 are getting pension benefit from SNIT. In fact, only about 230,000 people, representing just 10% of Ghanaians above the age of 60, receive monthly pension, SNIT pension. This means that most of our senior citizens have to stay in active service long after they've turned 60 or rely on family members for financial support. If this situation is not addressed, Mr. Speaker, then government will have to pay more and more allowances to the aged through monthly stipends from the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, that is the LEAP, and other poverty alleviation programs. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, out of those receiving pension benefits from SNIT, more than half, that is about 53% of the 230,000 pensioners on the SNIT payroll are currently receiving less than 1,000 Ghana cedis per month, with some receiving as low as 300 Ghana cedis a month, which is a minimum. This is clearly not adequate in the current climate of high cost of living for people who have toiled for several years of their life for this country. It is woefully inadequate. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, SNIT made a benefit payment of about 3.6 billion Ghana cedis to retired workers and dependents of deceased members of their scheme. In the previous year, 2020, it paid out about 3.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, yet majority of those who are on retirement are on relatively low pension from SNIT. Available data from SNIT shows that currently over 80% of workers in Ghana contribute 275 cedis or less each month towards the pension with SNIT. This means that they declare salaries of around 2,500 or less to SNIT. Should these contributions remain unchanged, 80% of members of the scheme will receive pensions of less than 1,500. This simply means that if contributions of workers in active service do not significantly improve, then the reality of their pension payment may not be that different from those who are working today. It is therefore important for employers to ensure that their workers contribute to SNIT on their right salaries and enable them to receive a meaningful pension when they retire, to have the financial independence that the scheme promised them. Mr. Speaker, in recent publication by SNIT advertised that it's looking to sell off all of SNIT-owned hotels to a strategic partner. These hotels are Labadi Beach Hotel, La Palm Beach Hotel, Elmina Beach Hotel, the Ridge Royal, Buzia, and Trust Lodge Hotel. SNIT says it wants to develop these hotels into world-class standard. So it's seeking a capital injection from competent strategic investors with expertise in hotel management. But SNIT itself is not willing to put any money into this project. Mr. Speaker, SNIT has gone on further to say that it will reduce its exposure in unlisted equities from around 31% to just 4%. These are companies that SNIT has shareholdings, but are not listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. And they include these 6 hotels, including other real estate, businesses. What they are saying is that it is part of their long-term asset allocation policy of disposing of long-term assets with controlling interest in up to 6 years. These developments at SNIT are quite worrying and will have a future consequences on pensions, and it must be of concern to all of us. These assets are the jewel in the crown of SNIT portfolio of investment. Mr. Speaker, pension funds by nature have access to long-term capital, so they usually invest in long-term assets that other investment vehicles don't have the luxury of. This investment strategy affords the pension funds to increase retirement income over a long term, but failure to do so, Mr. Speaker, risks the danger of reducing retirement income. So Ghanaian workers will be getting less in retirement if SNET goes ahead with this policy of disposing long-term assets. Therefore, SNET asset allocation policy of reducing its long-term unlisted asset from 31% to 4% is a dangerous policy and can have a disastrous consequences that could spell doom for the SNET scheme. It will put the future of pension payment to retirees at risk and possibly collapse the scheme, as there are not enough workers working today as a result of unemployment to be able to contribute making this payment. Mr. Speaker, long-term projects, if well selected and well invested in, will yield the desired return needed to sustain pension payouts of our retired workers. The people who are working today are paying the bulk of pension benefit to those who have retired. But as people live longer, well into their old age, and less people are entering the formal workforce due to rising unemployment, the SNET current model will in the near future not be sustainable. SNET will therefore have to grow long-term assets faster than it is doing today. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, SNET should be discouraged from selling its long-term assets and be encouraged to invest in funds to revamp its long-term assets. Mr. Speaker, in fact, based on a result of valuation reviews done in 2014, 2017, and 2020 of the SNET scheme by an external actuary from the International Labour Organization, the scheme will not be financially sustainable in the foreseeable future. They said in their report, and I quote, "Considering applicable financing rules and the future demographic and economic environment in which the scheme operates, the current asset of SNET scheme, together with future contributions, will not be sufficient to pay all future benefits." Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, which is the regulator of all pensions in this country, has done quite well with the new pension scheme. But quite frankly, it has been weak from inception when it comes to supervision of SNET. It should therefore be strengthened to provide its oversight responsibility in regulating and monitoring the operations of SNET and all other tiers of pension schemes to ensure effective administration, longevity of pensions in Ghana, and a good pension benefit for our people when they retire.
Over the last 72 hours, the world, which is struggling to recover from a devastating pandemic, has been hit with yet another situation which some analysts argue could be a potential path towards World War III. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has captured global attention to a conflict which is on the tipping point of escalating into a full-blown war. Today on Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV, I bring you a special editorial on the escalating Russia-Ukraine conflict, as well as an interview with some Ghanaian students who have unfortunately been caught up in this unfortunate situation. My name is George Isi. I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi, and we go straight into our special editorial on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We take you back to February 2014. Russia, in the month of February 2014, invaded and annexed Crimean Peninsula from Ukraine. Later in 2014, a group of pro-Russian separatists took control over the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. The incident has since led to continuous conflict between militia groups supported, armed and financed by Russia on one hand, and the Ukrainian army and its volunteer militia groups backed by NATO and Europe on the other hand. In the process, thousands of lives have been reported lost in the crossfire between the two sides. Both sides, however, later agreed on a ceasefire deal, which was dubbed the Minsk Agreement. The agreement was to see Russia stay out from Ukraine until over 70 hours ago, when Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, by executive order, recognized the disputed areas as independent states. Putin did not stop there. He ordered an invasion of the area, with assaults being launched on various Ukrainian military installations, thereby nullifying the Minsk Agreement, which was to see Russia withdraw its forces from eastern Ukraine. With several explosions heard around Ukraine, some deaths and injuries have been recorded, with some people attempting to troop out of the country. Another angle to the entire situation has to do with Ukraine's plans to join the European Union and NATO, with Russian President Vladimir Putin seeing it as an attempt to reduce Russian power and limit its economic fortunes. United States President Joe Biden has been clear to state that America will not be sending troops to Ukraine to fight in the conflict, but will support Ukraine from a distance. This same position has been taken by other world leaders and NATO members who have since condemned the actions of Russia. Among other actions, the United States President has announced a series of sanctions against Russia and its leadership. These same sanctions has also been adopted by Europe and its allies. So now we look at how this whole situation is affecting Ghana. Of course, it is a global situation with global impact, and therefore we would want to narrow it down to Ghana. And for that, I have joining me my colleague Mauli Aholu-Megan. He is on our business desk, and he will be helping me to do that. Mauli, welcome.
Thank you very much, George. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
So first of all, what will be your initial comments on this entire Russia-Ukraine?
For now, I think it's quite very serious. It's looking serious. Some of the Russia's airspace have been taken over by Ukraine's airspace have been taken over by Russia, and there's quite a lot of tension here. And but most presidents, especially in the European Union, all of them are on edge as to what's the next line of action to take.
But on the global space, I mean, before we narrow it down to Ghana, on the global space, how is this affecting the world?
It's going to very much impact the world, especially economically. Russia is a very key supplier of oil and gas, and so for superpowers like US and UK begin to issue sanctions to Russia, because before all this happened, those tensions were brewing for some time now. But Joe Biden, the US president, had to have a number of calls with Vladimir Putin, but it looks like those conversations didn't really yield any results. So it was more of a plea to him to sort of, back down, because they had already had the intelligence that this was what was going to happen. And prior to this whole invasion, Vladimir Putin had a whole press conference for almost over an hour, explaining why he needed to do what he needed to do. But it looks like he had already planned it already. So for now, prices are going crazy on the market, especially the stock market and also oil. Like I said earlier, Russia is a very, very key supplier of oil and gas. And so for US and most of the European countries begin to sanction Russia, it's now going to impact on the pricing as well. Because already, as of yesterday, oil prices hit above $100, which is very, very significant. And so it's going to really, really impact us.
I'm sure this is something that Ghanaians would not be happy hearing, considering the prices of fuel over the last period.
Yes, obviously, it's really not going to bode well, especially in Ghana, because even in the February pricing window for Ghana, fuel prices went up twice, and now fuel is selling around 7 cedis. And there are already projections that should this happen, we know we are entering into another month very soon, which is in March. So we're going to have the first pricing window of March. If these tensions begin to continue and stay high like the way it is now, for now we're in the early stages, but I mean, should sanctions begin to roll in on Russia, Russia will now also begin to feel the impact of that. Already globally, some corporations have begun to take off their businesses with Russian companies. So like, for example, Manchester United flies on an Aeroflot, which is a plane that the players sit on, and it's a Russian company. Now they've had to cancel that sponsorship agreement that they've had. the Roman Abramovich, the Chelsea owner as well, the UK Parliament, Boris Johnson, visibly in Parliament saying that let's ban this man from operating in UK because he has a very big investment in the UK.
Sure.
So it's really, really going to impact.
And of course, I understand that the Champions League final for this year
It's
was
been
scheduled
moved,
to be
yes,
hosted in Russia, but then it has been moved out.
Yes.
So it means Russia is really, really bearing the brunt. Finally, on Ghana, we understand that this is also likely to result in global inflation. Bringing that to the Ghanaian level, how is this also going to impact Ghana?
Yeah, so how that is going to impact is already our inflation numbers are already high, very, very high, because of pricing as well as the COVID. We're also tending to forget that COVID was already doing a lot of things to our economy. So now we're already suffering prices of goods and services. Now, what this tension is going to do is now going to spike that. So it's going to go higher than you actually, and that will now impact on pricing because now whoever that has more of the supply will begin to hoard it. It's just like the vaccine. They'll begin to hoard the vaccines and then availability will become very, very difficult because now you have to pay more in order for that. And I mean, if you have people not, you know how movement works with economics and all. If people are not moving out there to purchase goods and services, it's obviously going to start to impact. So for us back home, it looks like we have to start expecting to see some full hikes in the next few weeks to come.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pray it actually ends soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
So yes, I had my colleague Maulia Holumega joining me to bring his expertise to bear on what this situation means to Ghana. Of course, Ghana is not isolated from a situation that has a global impact, and so we are hoping that it will be dealt with soon. We'll be right back, and once we get back, we'll have a conversation with some Ghanaians who have rather unfortunately been caught up in this situation in Russia and Ukraine.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome, this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi. As indicated earlier, we have joining us today some Ghanaian students in Ukraine and Russia who have unfortunately been caught up in all of this situation. We go to Zoom where we have Kofi Jesse, Abigail Do, Kwabna Fako, and Ajiman Kwabna. Let me start with Kofi. Kofi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother. So, how is the situation like in your location?
Okay, so let me speak to you from where currently I am. I am in Volgograd in Russia, and I can tell you that the situation here is very calm and peaceful. Everything is very calm. The transport system is working. The internet is available, but I'm only able to comment on this particular issue with regards to the position I occupy as the Speaker of the Royal Senate, and then that is where we are able to get to know how the students are faring from all the other states. And the information currently that we have at the Senate is that there has been no issues in Russia. Everybody is very calm, everybody is very safe, and so we are only hoping for the best.
Great. So you are in Russia and not necessarily affected by what is happening, but then you are receiving reports from other places and you are in the know of what some other Ghanaian students are going through, their current situation, if I'm right.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that we students in Russia here are only looking at what is going on with our brothers in Ukraine. We share their pain and we know that it is not easy for them. But we in Russia are very calm because there's nothing
that is so scary going on here. Everything is calm. It's just that the media reportage, the sensationalism on the media space, is also giving us that kind of emotional instability with regard to whatever you are seeing on the screens, that we are scared that probably something is going to happen here. But currently, the atmosphere here is very calm and very peaceful. But we are only worried because of what we think would happen in the future. But with our brothers at the other end, correspondence with them show that it's not so calm with them, and we only share their pain and then we pray for the best.
Okay, so let me speak to Abigail. Abigail, are you also in Russia?
Yeah, I'm in Russia.
Oh, great. And how is the situation? How have you also been receiving the news, and what's your situation?
Okay, so I am in Krasnodar, not so far from Crimea, which is at the border. Right now, as my friend or the first person already spoke, there's not much going on here. Everything is calm. We are going about our daily activities, actually. So yes, we see troops and armored cars, but there's not much panic around. We're going about our daily activities like how it's supposed to be. So there's not much going on here.
Okay, if that's the case, then we speak to Kwame. Kwame, how about you? Are you also in Russia?
Yes, I'm also in Russia. I'm also in Russia.
Okay, so
yes, right now, as my colleagues have already said, the situation is kind of, no one is actually panicking about anything, but the cities which are near to the border, they have problems of, they are just having some panic attack because of the armor cars, helicopters making noise, those kind of stuff. So they are actually having some fear. And just, we're also getting information from friends and colleagues from Ukraine, where they have to actually run for safety. Some are actually going to other countries to be able to get a flight back to Ghana because all flights have been suspended.
Okay, so we are here to see if we have somebody from Ukraine joining us. Kwabena, are you also in Russia?
No, I'm in Ukraine.
Great. So it's good to have somebody from Ukraine now. What is your situation?
I'm in a city called Sumy. For us, we are just some few kilometers from Russian border, and as of yesterday, there were some blasts near us, some few kilometers from our hostel, which we heard it was from the other side. So what they told us that we should keep calm, and then so yesterday we have to go down we have underground bunkers. So we have to go down there and then stay there throughout the night so that at least we have some safety. And then when you go around the city, there's nothing going on actually, because it brought panic, and then ATMs, the queues there, supermarkets, there were a lot of queue. But yesterday we managed to get some few foodstuffs, but the unfortunate thing is the getting money. For us now here, it's like impossible. So because banks have closed, ATMs, some of them now, you go, there's no cash. And then getting out from these cities too is quite difficult because we found ourselves where we have to pass through two cities which are severely affected. That's Kyiv and then Kharkov. So it's like getting out is quite difficult for us for now. But they've told us to keep calm. They are just monitoring what is going on.
Okay, so Kwabena, if that's the case, you spent the night in the bunker. You are back to your hostel now, right?
Yes, please.
Is it that the situation is dying down or what?
Yeah, from what we heard from especially university officials, they said this place is at risk. We could have some hits at any moment. So yesterday when we experienced the first hit just near us, they thought it's advisable for us to get secure, like to bunker and then stay there for the night. So that's the situation.
But Kwabna?
Yes, please.
So about the Ghanaian embassy, have you heard anything from the embassy?
Nothing official. According to what our NUC's president told us, that they've contacted the bank. Actually, in Ukraine, we don't have Ghanaian embassy here. It's only Russia and other countries. They said they've heard nothing official from them, but they've sent some information to various embassies, hoping to receive some response, but not yet.
But are you happy with the response? Are you happy with the response of the government of Ghana?
For now, it's like there's no decisive. They've not taken a decisive step for now, but we are hoping that they take something, like they consider the situation, because over here it's really very serious. Maybe they might not have idea how it looks like here, because for us, even now, our worry is even finance, how to get money to travel to safety is a problem, because we can't receive money. If they even send money, there is no way we are going to take that money out, and feeding will become almost impossible in the next few days to come. So they've heard our grievances and they are considering it, but they should speed up.
You talk of feeding becoming a problem in the next few days. I'll come back to you to speak on all those matters, but then I would want to speak to your other colleagues who are in Russia, where fortunately the situation is a bit calm. Kofi, tell me, are you happy with the response that the government of Ghana is giving to this situation, considering your position?
All right. So over here we have a very calm atmosphere, like I said earlier on, and when this issue started, our president wrote that he's spoken to the embassy in Moscow, and they have assured everybody in the Federation that they are very much on top of their game. They have the capacity to deal with the situation whenever there are uncertainties, so students should not panic. And this officially has been communicated to the entire student populace. And therefore, we also have a lot of confidence in our embassy, because for the past years, dealing with them, they've showcased that they have the interest of students at heart, and they are able to also take the interest of students into recognition. So for us here, we have that solid assurance from the embassy, and then we are not scared at all when any situation comes out. But however, we are not also ruling any case of uncertainties in the future, because nobody knew that this issue was going to escalate to this point. Therefore, as students and as student leaders, we have also gone beyond and started collecting data of individual students and their contacts and emails, and then we also compile that and keep ourselves abreast and set up with time, so that whenever there has to be any issue that students would have to leave the Federation, we also set ourselves ready, and then we will leave. But like I'm saying, with issues regarding the correspondence of Ukrainian students and the embassy, I am unable to comment on that since I am not in the Federation. So that is all that I can say for now with regards to the correspondence between the students and the embassy. Thank you.
Then let me gather Kwame's thoughts on the government's response. Of course, you have shared your view, but then Kwame, what do you make of the government's response to this situation?
Okay, I think I watched some news yesterday, and then I think it was brought up in Parliament, and we are just hoping that everything will be done as fast as possible, because very soon, as Kwabena said, very soon receiving money is going to be very difficult. I personally today, when I closed from the hospital, I went to the bank to withdraw some money using Western Union, and I went to 3 banks, and then they said they will not be able to give me money because of the sanctions and all that. So very soon, I'm sure if nothing is being done about it, for students to actually secure some food, because right now, very soon, if money is being sent later on, it's going to be useless, because we won't be able to use that money for anything, since nothing can be sold to us, or you get what I'm trying to say. So I think the response must actually come as fast as possible, so that we're able to secure the necessary needs.
Okay. So we are talking about government response. Let me speak to my female guest. About government's response, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans? Of course, Kwame mentioned the fact that government, the issue was discussed in Parliament yesterday. Abigail, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans, and how soon do you expect that to be implemented?
Okay, so currently there's been an airstrike actually, especially the cities located at the south, even in the capital. So flights are not moving in, flights are not moving out. So evacuation is not actually the way forward right now. So I don't think that that can come into the plan. Maybe yes, funding to move people into a much more safety zone, because it's not all, especially in Ukraine. Yes, there are zones that have been affected, especially Kiev and other zones, but they are not all parts of the country is being affected by what's going on. So if people can be moved to a much more safer zone, that would be better. But evacuation to Ghana or wherever by flight, I don't think it's going to be possible.
Okay, so we are about ending this discussion. I would like to get Kwabena to give me some few answers, and then I'll pick your final words. Kwabena, you talk about the fact that you will soon run out of supplies. How soon are we talking about, and how consequential is this going to be?
So let's take it from next week onwards. Basically, I will have, let me talk from my perspective and my colleagues near me. From next week onward, we will have nothing left. So if it continues like this, that means from next week, we'll we'll be left with nothing. And it will be very difficult, because here you have nowhere to go. Yes, you have nowhere to go. For us, the situation is already getting out of hands for us, because most students have already run out of money. And the fact that even from yesterday, it was impossible for us to receive any money or take money. My bank, when I tried removing money, I used two banks. The first one, I couldn't remove. The second one sent me a message that, unfortunately, my card is not permitted to do any transaction now. So it's going to be very difficult for us.
You are in a you are in a foreign country. What is the government of Ukraine doing for expatriates in their country, like people like yourself? What is the government of Ukraine doing for you?
Okay, for now, we've not heard anything. The only thing is, he's general. He said everyone should remain calm, but he has not commented anything specific about foreigners or anything of that sort.
So for now, you're on your own?
Yeah, for now, everyone is on his own.
Government plans calls for evacuation. You are in this situation more than any of our guests. Is this something that you would want government to do, or what is your call to government?
For me, I think it should be considered. Although now airports and then some airports have been destabilized, but it should also be under consideration. Anyhow, because our plan is moving to safer places. For example, Lviv Airport is considered the safest now, not Kiev. So it should be considered. It doesn't necessarily mean only flying from Kiev. Lviv is there. So for me, I think it is very necessary for us.
Okay, Kwabena, so we understand your situation. We hope you stay safe. Let me get the final thoughts of your colleagues, and then we'll wrap this up. Abigail, what will be your final words?
Okay, so right now we are able to control the situation to a particular point, but as Kwame and Kwabena and everyone else has said, we are not sure of how things are going to escalate. So it will be very glad if the government speeds up their response to us to make things better.
Okay, Kwame, Any last words?
Okay, so one thing that came to mind was if it's possible, if not evacuating the people to Ghana, we can evacuate the people around the border to to safer cities so that they can be there for now. If it's possible, we can get the embassy to get the students the students that are studying in the cities that are around the border to safer cities so that just in case of anything they will be safe. Because recently the first attack from Russia was actually from one city, Belgorod, and that city has a lot of Ghanaian students, scholarship students to be specific. So if it's possible for them to, the embassy to actually get the students from the cities that are near the border to safer cities, it's going to be very, very fine. So that they will feel some safety. Because my city currently, no one is talking about the whole thing, just the banks that are, the banks have been affected since the economy is being crippled. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kofi, you are in a position of leadership. You coordinate communication and activities between your colleagues and the government of Ghana. What will be your final words?
All right. So, my brother, in this particular situation, first of all, my heart goes out to our brothers in Ukraine, and I agree that these are tough times, and surely they will prevail. And all that we can all do as individuals is to keep calm and remain safe and look out for ourselves each and then make sure that we defend ourselves. But for me, in this era of civilization, it is very unfortunate that we have to talk about an impending, so to say, war at this particular point in time. But we ask that you all help us in prayers, keep us in your thoughts, and then we wish that moving forward, this issue will not escalate, but rather stay calm, and then at both sides, in Russia and then in Ukraine, not even only Ghanaian students, but people, this is the call for humanity. People in Russia and people in Ukraine will be safe, and no life will be lost as a result of this. We need all prayers and support in these hard times. Do remember us in prayers. Thank you very much.
Great. So, guys, we thank you for your time, and we hope you stay safe. And we'll reach out to you in case we need any further update. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
So, viewers, this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. I did this by speaking to some Ghanaian compatriots in Ukraine and Russia, where there's been some fighting over the last 72 hours. They are praying that the situation is contained in due time to stop the situation from escalating. Of course, this has been Say Loud with me, George AEC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Former President John Dramani Mahama no so de nano ato nsema ekoso efa Supreme Court ruling atese wo kwade beba beto dwe na ochema asa asem a esi de enwanwan ye pa na so no eheda enye ni hu sa esan so hwa anampo ochema sisi an se na judiciary no ekono ene na odi to parliament anampo ma hye nsemsam na otumo se Ghana ewo baby koye pa sense nsema ekoso no enya de asema ede no so nyina na any Facebook post na chese and your car ultimately so the parliament house building esi one na just this answer for we nyina eto wase. Essentially, Bridget Otu say or Asimbi catcher IGP, Dr. Ekufu Dampari. Ochema Ekufu Dampari, Aqua say way there in court or say when you good father, cry. Esan so Ochema, Unam and citizens, and they would discipline way, or channel wood yawe, and Mokra one cassa unco for new Mudijuma, a bullion van attacks a cost be benina, a posty for a woman dodona. Now, Mount Rebecca and sent him Ghana Police Service for Edicrat be better abonte. I know much more my HM say, a idea billion vans attacks a cost no a post for Dodwana Ekan, Emma Chess, somebody better jump so my bomb you to your womb, Emma move 5 on so they are chomo, aquacogu, a sauce such as I remind you more. I don't know what you say, a nipaka crabby and poy to me a chomono, and then the chum said, Dodwana so anyone ma, sa taxi, almost a woman be. I don't know what you say, IGP, on the day was any many miano, within Chumubia, a begana for a say, or personal no, almost a muia, a sa discipline be. Former Deputy Information Minister aye friend no say James Ajenim Boateng and just odi nsemfo bi atodwa a obisa eye aposifo ebisa say sansem aye course no ade omonte ase na ni nyina ne say eye wukwada ya etwemu e na chese kwesiofori on eye kasamafo e Ghana Police Service e de beto udwa say eye aposifo a chese ye bomutu anampo moto na nanom e wonse do no sa aposifo na chese nka omudi eye aposifo anim na chese eye akronfo refo bi o mabo bata o baby nya tumi akwakodo nyina nanso na mro mo kɔ no na kyese etutoto e ba so e ma san kɔfo mienu no eto na nanom e wonte do eno na Ajenim Boateng etwe ma sa asem no no odwen ho no ma he kan think fa wadwen so entisi esan so etwe ma e police institution ben na kyese no so obetumi atena se ehun se no wo sa police form anyway mo ye suspect na ma sa kɔfa sa police form eni ya se kyese mo nkonkodi mo anim ensan konkɔ hwe akronforenfo otwe ma sa asem we de onte ase enti ne ewo mo poten e wo se nka Ghana fo anampo kyese nchemu bi ewo ma omobeka Ghana fo ate ase no Ajenim Boateng nchemu Ghana Police Service eni manim ya mo fa nchemu papa bi embra ono ochema onka ase nyama ye ne ye bonyo nanso no ono otena se yadwen a ondwe enti ase ntebe ya nchemu papa bi ewo ono bia no fa mbra Ghana fo. Wukwada ya etwemu obenembo someda etosonkron na chesena video bi etwagu yie pe wo social media ni nyina ne se chemaru ntumi edit udwa se eya Chelsea team no ono ankasa yesika ye de atoso 3.1 billion dollars no ono ankasa be hwe anim yie pa na chesa kwakoto team no ene eba na omanfo kasa yie pa ne no ena kokopie mu ewa manoni a eya news website bi ewa honom aba ko de eya sports brief na afi the sun omo studio mu de etudwa no mo chemu so omo so munya ne nte se eya ade a chese eya sikeni anampo Ghana ma gold mine na nuchema opeso oto na eye the sun no omo reporting omo chemu say Ghanaian gold mine owner boys akon reveal say ono so no opese chese ono so oto eye Chelsea team no and sa ochema or say he declared his audacious intention to make a bid for the Blues na saran so na eye sports brief for so chemu no mo chemu say rich African gold mine owner unveils blockbuster plan to buy Chelsea then sign Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and the sansem for the beto dwane de na nya asem ketakra o manfo e de o mo nsem eto dwa chese o mo tiri mo ka say enchi boys akoda achi bia o de asem ebeba. Nama ejakon nsenchweni ewo Accra FM no na watu bi amane Dr. Mahmoud Baumia na yewe Samira Baumia ochema enti Samira opeso obisa wasem bi se enti wukunu otumi ne di nkita ho pa ebisa ne se enti emra na chese former president John Dramani Mahama woso ana de bia na incompetent no oso peso obisa was enti wukun so sa incompetent no wo ho kwan na so betumi ebisa ne se ono so ye incompetent ana ochema was first ladies awodo ana second lady otumi pa onini kun ye boma platform emo mienu na chese omo gina so nanka omo disankita ho no ye bisa omo anampo ne yire na bisa ni kun no sansem agiatum anampo mo role se o ye deputy speaker of parliament na sa wotine moma speaker of parliament a wo ho kwan sa woto aba e wo mrahye bedwam ne no e na chese eye judges ahodo a omo no motena asemi so my joy online for HM omo die chese omo din aba betodwa na ye hya ase na odi kan eye Justice Jones Doche ono na chese na odi ayasem no oda no e na afi eye Justice Nene Amega che afi so Justice Professor Ashi Kote afi Justice Mariam Emma Ousu, Justice Loveless Johnson, Justice Clemens Onyenuga, and Afe Justice Emmanuel Kulendi. Na so man for Rebecca ya na Sente Morebia, and Ampo law lecturer bi a say your friend no say Justice Abdullahi. Ekokopie mu e wo Supreme Court ni ma na o twe mu say omonte ase esan say Joseph say was wise and I said Joe Wise. I say one machine bedroom oni one mo first deputy Speaker of Parliament. Speaker of Parliament anyone ma ono net na machine bedroom na ekoba ne say ya fi November chete 2021 mu e na chete ko ka bi e ko so machine bedroom ni nya ne say na Joe Wise twe ma oyes wakwa deputy Speaker of Parliament asay machine bedroom ni owo ho kwan say oto aba e de ma 2022 budget no ene e ba na nya asem keto kra eno na law lecturer e kokopie mu Supreme Court ko to mo anim say opeso nya ntiase bi e fa won say ukokotena mu say Speaker of Parliament a wo ho kwan such as oto aba na say bibia na no ena chese babeto odwa say ne nsem odi ko Supreme Court no Supreme Court for ag2 mu say yampa so ya mrahye bedwani na sa otena mu e ma Speaker of Parliament a otumeto aba e de ma bibia o mrahye bedwam.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. In today's video, we are going to be speaking with the founder of a Ghanaian-owned online supermarket called Consume. Meet Cecilia.
Hello, good afternoon, Cecilia.
Hi Stella. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I'm currently here at Consume. Why Consume?
Consume is a play on words, so it's basically consume.
Okay.
But we didn't want to use the consume with the CONSUME. So we thought, okay, why not change it and make it K, and the zoom sort of depicts how fast and swift we deliver your groceries to you. So that's why it's Consume.
Okay, so tell me everything about Consume.
So Consume is an online supermarket. Okay. And basically what we do is we deliver all your groceries within 60 minutes, within 1 hour. Okay. So when you go on a web app and you order your groceries, within 1 hour you should have it. It doesn't matter where you are in Accra, it's tried and tested, we'll bring the groceries to you. We started it because we realized that there are grocery delivery services in Ghana, but they are normally like platforms. And we had seen this sort of model in Germany, so that's where we are based, or that's where we were based. And there were all these rapid grocery delivery services that sprang up during the whole COVID lockdown period. So you order within 10-15 minutes, your groceries come to you.
Oh, wow.
And we're like, wow, it's like
yeah,
within
15 minutes.
15 minutes, like you want to cook, you go online, and then you order, and then within like 10-15 minutes, they're ringing your doorbell. And then my husband and I were like, wouldn't this idea, like this sort of model be amazing in Ghana? Because there's so much traffic, one, there's so many busy moms, busy dads, busy individuals in Ghana, they're entrepreneurs, they're time-conscious people. If we actually brought this model down, we could try it, and if it works, that would be amazing. So that's where the idea started from, and then we just took our savings, came to Ghana, and then we started Consume about, we came down in October.
That's 2021?
2021.
Okay.
It took us about 2 months to plan the whole setup, and then we launched on the 10th of December. But prior to coming, we had already secured the location for Consume through my brother-in-law, so he did all the legwork. We basically just came and we set up. Yeah.
Okay. So what has your experience been? Okay, you mentioned we. When you say we, you and your husband.
Yes.
Okay, so what has your experience been starting a business in Ghana?
So the experience has been, it's been a mixed one. Like it's been, there are good days, there are bad days. Before we came, we had very high expectations. Like, oh yes, we're going to start a business in Ghana. We're going to create jobs. We're going to, network with people in the same industry as us. We came down and reality set in. Like starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. So basically, when you come, you need to sort out all your business registrations, you need to sort out your business operating permits, all the documents that you need for a business, your fire certificates, all of that. And then when you're setting up a business like ours, which is a supermarket, an online supermarket, you need shelves, you need suppliers. So dealing with the artisans, we had to try 2 different artisans. It didn't go well. They weren't delivering according to the timeline that we were working with. So we had to use a third person, a third artisan, a third carpenter, and that's the one that worked. And then on top of that, you have to deal with suppliers. So you need to constantly be like checking, researching, making sure that you have the things you need, the things you don't have. You need to find like who can supply you with those stuff as well. So it's been very mixed. Also, if you're starting like a totally new concept, so online shopping in Ghana is not something that a lot of people do. Most people prefer to go to the market, they prefer to go to the supermarket themselves.
Yeah, that's what we are like. Most Ghanaians are used to.
Exactly.
Especially like Saturdays. Saturdays are like market days.
Exactly.
For us, so.
And so for a new concept, it's taken a lot of time, but it's been amazing. The customers we have who have tried our model, they come back over and over and over again. Today, one lady who orders from us, this is like her 4th order in the last 2 months. She's been amazing. She's our favorite customer. There are people who come back every 2 weeks. There's some who come back once and they call us and they're like, wow, the experience was amazing. I didn't think it would be this easy to order on your website. Yeah. So I think it's going to take time, but Ghanaians are already getting there. There's like different apps that people use to order their food from restaurants, and then there are different like platforms online on Instagram where people used to order their clothes and stuff like that. So I think people will get used to consume, because wouldn't you want to sit in your home and then you just order your groceries, you're doing your cleaning, your chores, you're going to your party, your barbecue, within 1 hour your groceries comes to you, and it's owned by Ghanaians. So it's not a foreign company owned by some people from somewhere who have huge like sums of money, millions of dollars. You know? It's actually Ghanaians who have come back and want to make an impact, want to employ people, create jobs in that process. So it's been great starting Consume. Like that's my goal.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you moved from, where did you say you moved from?
Yes, so we moved from Germany to come to Ghana.
So
yes.
why Ghana?
Yes. Yeah. So Ghana is home. When we thought of Consume, we're like, oh, should we maybe start in Nigeria? Because Nigeria, from what we hear, they are more adaptable and they're more willing to try new things, new models. And also because my husband has a bit of experience like living in Nigeria, we're like, okay, maybe we should start in Nigeria. But then we thought about it, Ghana is home. You know, this is where our roots are, this is where our families are. You know, our extended families in Ghana. Why not come here and do this? If it works, that's amazing. So yeah, that's why we decided to come to Ghana. And we didn't want to do Consume or start Consume in Germany. We actually thought of it as well, because there were so many businesses that started this model first
in Germany.
Okay. So like there's Gorillas, there's Flink, there's Getir, there's in the US they have like Postmates, DoorDash. There's so many others. So these people have huge investments, and it's their country. They're doing it in their country. Why can't we come here and with the little money we have also start something and grow it and make it big? Because it's ours. We can claim Consume. Like any Ghanaian will go anywhere and say, oh, Consume is owned by Ghanaians. Like it's ours. Yeah. You know, it's not owned by foreigners.
So yeah, tell us a little bit about your background before moving to Ghana.
Yes. So I was born in Ghana. I grew up in Ghana. I always say I'm a Kokomlemle girl. I don't know if you know Kokomlemle.
I mean, we have some viewers from Kokomlemle. If you are from Kokomlemle, please let us know in the comment section. Representing Kokomlemle.
Represented. Yeah. So I grew up in Kokomlemle. So I was 14, and then my dad. So my dad had lived in Germany since I was 2. And he would occasionally, like once a year, come down. And when I was 14, he came and then took us to Germany. And then I went to high school there. After high school, I went to university in the UK. And then after my bachelor's, I studied social sciences in the UK at the University of Kent, representing. And then after my bachelor's, I went back to Germany and did international human rights law and humanitarian law at the Frankfurt Oder University in Viadrina. So I did my master's, and then after I was like, I'm one of those people I've always wanted to live in Ghana.
Okay.
So even when my dad came and wanted to take us, I was so disappointed because my dream school was Wesley Girls. Wesley Girls High School. So when I was studying so hard, I was like, I'm going to get Wesley Girls. Everything's going to work out. And then my dad was like, oh, you're going to Germany. I was like, I was so devastated. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in Ghana, go to Wesley Girls Senior High School, go to University of Ghana. I had like everything like planned out for myself. But then your parents decide when you're 14 what you should do. So we went to Germany, and I always said to myself, after university, I'll move back to Ghana. So right after my master's, I secured a job here in Ghana with a company, an international company. They do consultancy for international organizations, and they do advisory services as well. So I came to Ghana as a program associate. We did a few research, monitoring and evaluation work. Went to Liberia at some point to help with the projects there as well. And then after a year and a half, I was like, okay, Ghana is one of those countries where after a while you're like, I need a break. So after a year and a half, I was like, okay, let me just go back. And also, like Ghana, it tends to be quite expensive. You know, like if you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, you come in like, oh yes, I'm going to this restaurant. The food is amazing, so you keep like, I'm going to this beach today, I'm going to that resort tomorrow. Yeah. Before you know it, you're broke. So after I used up all my savings, I was like, no, I'm going back. Maybe the best option for me is to go back, work, save up a bit of money, and come back. So that was the time I met my husband as well. We got married, moved to Germany, and then we saved up. I worked with a tech company called Ecosia. It's a search engine, but they plant trees with the revenue and the profits they make. So they plant trees around the world. So I went and I worked with Ecosia for a year and a half, and then after we decided to come back to Ghana.
Would you say you made a good choice starting a business in Ghana?
I'd say so. I'd say yes. So starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. It's not very like rosy as some people think. You need to be very resilient. You need to tune your mind to working in Ghana.
So how is Consume different from other similar businesses in Ghana?
Yes. So the other businesses that you're mentioning or you're talking of, they are platforms. So they provide the platform for third parties to put their businesses on there. So if it's a restaurant app, then the different restaurants put their restaurants and their menus on the platform. So it's basically just a platform they provide for you. They provide the whole technical support, and then you as a business put your things on there, and then they charge you a commission. That's how it works. With Consume, the difference is that we actually control the whole chain of the business. So we have our own platform, we have our own website, and everything you find on our shop, we actually own it, and we actually source these products ourselves. Also, we have a dashboard here in the store where when an order comes in, it comes straight to the dashboard, and then we quickly put together everything that you order, and then we deliver it to you. Another part of, one of the most important parts of our business is the Rider app. My husband is a software engineer, so he was able to build the Rider app. So the riders get the notification once an order comes through, and then they come here to the facility center, pick up the order and deliver it. So we control everything.
Do you also outsource the riders, or they are your riders?
No, so these riders are actually our riders. So we have them here, we employ them, and then they work for us. So we don't outsource the delivery aspect of it, because we say we want to deliver within 60 minutes. If we outsource it, we want to be able to control that aspect of the business, and it's going to go against us and what we stand for. So we actually employ the riders, and then they are here in this building with us. When an order comes in, they pick it up, and then they deliver. So yeah, Consume is different in that aspect, because we control the whole chain, and it's our business. Anything you find on our website, we have it in-house. So we just pack it here for you. You're not going to wait for us to go running around town to look for the products. We actually have them in-house, and then we deliver to you.
So you said a lot. So what do you have to say to anyone watching this video, and why should one purchase from Consume?
So I'll say, if you want to start a business in Ghana and you live in the diaspora, you should definitely come and start. But there are a few things you probably need to take into consideration. So you need to do your research very well about the industry you're coming to set up your business in. You need to also connect with people in the same industry, network as much as possible. And before you come, even sort of try to source where you're going to get products if you're going to be selling things like ours and that sort of thing. And people should, most importantly, purchase from Consume because one, it's Ghanaian owned.
Yeah,
so it's not
very important.
Very importantly, it's not foreign owned. There's not some investors who have come in with big money to set up a business. It's Ghanaian owned. Two, we believe in this brand so much, and we see what the bigger picture is for Consume. So for us, if you support us, you're supporting the employees that we hire as well. So you're helping us put food on their tables and food on their tables for their families as well. And also, because we have the most competitive price on the market, if you check out our website, our prices compared to other popular franchises or supermarket chains are like way cheaper, sometimes 10 to 15, 20% cheaper than other shops. And the most important thing for us as a business is sustainability. So we don't use plastic to package our orders like some supermarkets do. We use eco-friendly, reusable bags. So if you're supporting Consume, know that your package or your order is not going to come in a plastic bag. You go to supermarkets in Ghana, sometimes for 4 items, they give you 4 different plastic bags. We don't do that. So we use reusable bags here in the shop. And yeah, we're amazing, and the future is bright for Consume, so you should check us out.
So if you're watching this video, you heard from Cecilia and from Consume, and this is a good reason why you should purchase from them. I'm going to purchase my next products from Consume. Yeah. So I mean, if you're not on Instagram, you should follow me on Instagram. I'll share my experience when I do on Instagram. So, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and your business. And guys, please, after you have purchased from Consume, let me know in the comment section. I have a toffee for you. Yeah. So is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video? Any last words?
Yes, so you can find us on Google, Consume or Consume Shop, and then in your search engine or your browser as well, it's just consume.shop. And yeah, on our socials you can follow us at Consume Shop. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Cecilia. Cecilia's a full name.
Cecilia Nana Monwa Crenso, but now I'm married, so I have to.
Okay, so you heard from her. Thank you so much for watching this video. Until next time, on my next video on my channel, we blow kisses. So,
Former President John Dramani Mahama no so de nano ato nsem a ekoso FIA Supreme Court ruling a chese we kwada beba beto odwe na ochema asa asem we a SED won ye pa na so no ehye da enye ni hu sa esan so hwa anampo ochema sisi an sene judiciary no ekono ene na odi to parliament anampo ma hye bedwomo nsemsam na otumo se Ghana baby koye pa sense nsem a ekoso no enya de asem a ede no so de nyina na ni Facebook post na chese and your car ultimately so the parliament house building esi one na just so this answer for we nyina eto wase Nama ejakon nsenkyereni ewo Accra FM no na watu bi amane Dr. Mahmudu Baomia na yewe Samira Baomia ochema enti Samira opeso obisa wasem bi se enti wukunu otumi ne di nkita ho pa ebisa ne se enti emra na chese former president John Dramani Mahama woso ana de bia na incompetent no oso peso obisa was enti wukun so sa incompetent no wo ho kwan na so betumi ebisa ne se no so ye incompetent ana ochema was first ladies awodo ana second lady otumi pa onini kun ye boma platform emo mienu na chese omo gina so nanka omo disankita ho no ye bisa omo anampo ne yire na bisa ni kun no sansem no esansa memo boni pa ni ocha memo we de enkoyie pa no kai sa mre ne pa mra na former president John Dramani Mahama woso ene Samira ni kun mount stage na ogina ne nchen ena monto abama incompetent Mahama monto abama incompetent Mahama afei ukun na ye competent na ye de ade amemo ya hye ne nsa such as ono to enroli any nation any ma ekoso wo no ma chese eye rabe oye ni show wa Accra FM so eno de sansem fa we nyina etudwa Former Deputy Information Minister aye friend no say James Ajenim Boateng and na chese odi nsemfo bi atodwa a obisa eye aposifo ebisa se sansem aye course no ade omonte ase na ni nyina ne se eye wukwada ya etwemu e na chese kwesiofori on eye kasamafo e Ghana Police Service e de beto odwa se eye aposifo a chese ye bomutu anampo moto na nanom e wonse do no sa aposifo na chese nka omudi eye aposifo anim na chese eye akronfo refo bi o mabo bata o baby nya tumi akwakodo nyina nanso na mro ko no e na chese etutoto e ba so e masa nkofo mienu no eto na nanom e wonte do eno na Ajenim Boateng etwema sa asem no no odwen hwan ma he can think fa wadwen wan so entisi esan so etwema e police institution ben na chese no so obetumi atena se ehun se no wo sa police form anyway mo ye suspect na masa nkofa sa police form mienu ya se chese mo nkonko di mo anim ensan nkonko hwe akronfo otwema sa asem mo de onte ase enti ne ewo mo poten wo se nka Ghana fo anampo chese nchemu bi ewo ma mo beka Ghana fo ate ase no Ajenim Boateng chema Ghana Police Service eni manim ya mo fa nchemu papa bi embra ono ochema onka ase ne ma ye ne ye boni nanso no ono otena se yedwen a ondwe enti ase ntebe ya nchemu papa bi ewo ono bia no fa mbra Ghana fo Wukwada ya etwemu obenembo someda etosonkron na chesena video bi etwagu yie pe social media ni nyina ne se chemaru ntumi editu dwa se eya Chelsea team no ono ankasa yesika ye de atoso 3.1 billion dollars no ono ankasa be hwe anim yie pa na chesa kwakoto team no ene ba na omanfo kasa yie pa ne no ena kokopiemu ewa amanoni a eya news website bi ewa honom abako de eya sports brief na afi the sun omo studio mu de etudwa no mo chemu so omo so munya ne nte se eya ade a chese eya sikeni anampo obaga na ma gold mine na nuchema opeso oto na eye the sun no omo reporting omo chemu se Ghanaian gold mine owner boys yakon reveal say ono so no opese chese ono so oto eye Chelsea team no and sa ochema o say he declared his audacious intention to make a bid for the Blues na saran so na eye sports brief for so chom no mo chemu say rich African gold mine owner unveils blockbuster plan to buy Chelsea then sign Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and the sansem for the beto dwane de na nya asem ketakra o manfo e de o mo nsem eto dwa chese o mo tiri mo ka say enchi boys akoda achi bia o de asem ebeba Essentially Bridget Otu say o asembi ekachre eye IGP Dr. Ekufu Dampare ochema Ekufu Dampare akwakwa ese we there in court o say wonye good father kra esan so ochema wonnam ena citizens ena wo discipline we ochana wo tia we emrokra wankasa nkofa oni omudi djuma eye billion van attack ekos bebebe nyina aposifo ewo dodo na omanfo ebeka ya na sentem na Ghana Police Service for edikrat bi beto abonten ano mo chemu so mo nhwehwemu ma ye etwemu se ade asa billion vans attacks ekos no aposifo dodo na eka ho e ma cheso mo de beto jampo so ma bomienu tio ewom e ma emu 5 nso de ya che omo akwakogu e so sachese ya remind omo eno na ochemu se eye nipa kakra bi ampo ayetumi ache omo no e den na chemu se dodo na nso eni won ma sa attacks omo so ewomu bi eno na ochemu se IGP ono de wo se ni manim ya no odi nchemu bi a ebre Ghana for esan se o personal no omo so mo hia e sa discipline ni bi
Of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that we may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day, the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we begin proceedings with the correction of votes and proceedings for Wednesday, March 2022. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 26th sitting of the first meeting held on Wednesday, March 9th, 2022, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have the official report of Friday, February 18th, 2022. Any corrections? Yes, Honourable Member for Newtafo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Column number 14, paragraph 2, if I'm right. Mrs. De La Soa Pando. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization when the following communities in it's not there, in the Pando constituency, and again, will be provided with is also missing, with mobile network connectivity.
Honourable Member, hold on. Did you say column 14?
Column 14.
1-4.
Yes, please, 1-4.
I'm not reading that. Start with Mr. Second Deputy Speaker. Does it start from there? Very good.
De La Soa Pando. Mr.
My
Speaker.
column 14, there's no Mrs. De La Soa. Can you look at the date of
Official report.
Yes, the official report of 18 February 2022.
The date is 15 February 2022.
Column 14.
Yes, please.
Wow. Mr. Second Deputy, this will we will move to item number 6 on the order of column 4.
This one. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check column 14,
look at the date again.
15 February.
We're doing 18th February. What you hold was corrected yesterday or the day before yesterday. Right. Sorry. Any corrections, please?
I'm getting the advice that members may not have copies of the 18th February official report. Is that the case? Do you have the 18th February?
Mr. Speaker, I think that's the case because we don't have the one you are referring to.
The 18th February. What you have is 15th February.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I see. Very well. Any more corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, February 18, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, so members, we'll move on to item 5, urgent question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on the agent question, the minister responsible is unavoidable absent as he is engaged in foreign affairs.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, unavoidable absent or she, the minister is supporting the president in Dubai at Ghana Expo. Is that the explanation you have? For our purposes, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the president is in Dubai seeking to promote and attract foreign direct investment and is accompanied by the foreign minister. If you are checking your sources well, she's on board a flight back to Accra. She should be arriving today, but certainly not this hour. She should be arriving, from my sources, she should be arriving around 11:12, ahead of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, this excuse is acceptable. We can proceed to
so she is unavoidably absent. Very well. I don't even know whether the question itself has not been overreached, because the information that is sought in the question is in the public domain. So technically, it's no longer a question to be asked. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, that's so. So with your leave, if we can start with 243, the minister responsible for fisheries and aquaculture is available.
Very well. We'll move on to item 6 and start with the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. Honorable Minister, kindly take your seat. Question number 243 is in the name of the Honourable Member for Tema East, Isaac Ashai Odampton. Yes, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development why industrial trawlers are requested to still pay for fishing license for the 2021 close season of 2 months. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
The Fisheries Act 2002 at 625 that licenses are renewed annually, semi-annually or quarterly, and payment effected before license is granted. Vessels are issued license quarterly, and the 2-month close season is observed within a quarter. If the close season falls within a particular quarter, the vessel is by law required to possess a license for that quarter. Additionally, Ghanaian vessels which have obtained license to fish in other countries, that is third party, must possess a valid license from Ghana. Therefore, if a vessel needs to fish in a third party state, the license fee must be paid to obtain the license. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any follow-up question, please?
Mr. Speaker, I have a follow-up for the Minister. That if the close season is a government policy for fish conservation, then my question is, why should, and again, the licenses are not for vessel ownership, but to fish, license to fish. And so, why should the trawlers be made to pay for the close season when they are not fishing? Thank you.
The same question repeated. He has given you the answer. Kindly ask another one, please.
Mr. Speaker, in the answer of Minister, the last sentence, with your indulgence, I read. So therefore, if a vessel needs to fish in a third-party state, the license fee must be paid to obtain the license. What if it's to fish within the territorial waters of Ghana?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my answer says the close season falls within a particular quarter. The vessel is by law required to possess license for that quarter. And we have 3 months in a quarter, Mr. Speaker. So if the vessel needs a license to operate in that quarter, and the close season is within the quarter, whether it is 2 months or 1 month, the vessel must pay, because what about the 1 month? And it is backed by law. Unless maybe we still want to repeal the law, then we'll bring it back to Parliament. But for now, that is what the law requires, and we cannot do otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's a fact that Ghana's fishing license appears to be the highest globally. And following from the Minister's answer, the law requires the license to be either annually, biannually, or quarterly. The Minister emphatically states that the license is quarterly, but the reality is that they pay it annually. And so it's a bigger burden on the fishing industry in Ghana.
Sorry, I want to understand you, that if a person applied for a quarterly license, it will not be issued to the person. Is it compulsory? Are they compulsorily implementing only annual licenses?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable Minister, can you explain why you compulsorily enforce or sell only annual licenses? It says that from your answer, licenses are available for annual, half yearly, and quarterly. but in practice, you issue only annual licenses, which covers a quarter, which they don't have a full utility.
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, the licenses are issued quarterly, not annually. The Act says annually, quarterly or semi-quarter, or semi-annual. But then the practice is that they've been paying quarterly, and that is the licenses have been issuing since I assumed office. I've been issuing only quarterly licenses. That is what I know for now. Thank you.
Are you done? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of the quarterly payment justifies my question that if the quarter has 3 months and you close the season months, it is absolutely unrealistic, unfair to charge tonnage for the 3 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think he has answered that question. You may sponsor an amendment to the Act if you so desire. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I have a follow-up to the Minister. The quarter is 3 months, and the close season is 2 months. So effectively, the fishers have just 1 month. Will the Minister consider a policy that may bring an amendment to ease the burden on the industrial operators in that fishing industry?
Yes, Honourable Minister, do you intend to propose an amendment to that part of the law?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier on, then we will need a new act to do this, because this is backed by law. And we should also remember that the government is also burdened by giving relief items to these fishers when there is closed season. So if the vessel owner is to pay 3 months, at the same time, government is giving the person a subsidy, I'm not sure the person is losing more than the government. But to the best of my knowledge, unless maybe it's brought into Parliament for the Act to be maybe amended, but for now, that is the Act.
Do you want to bring an amendment to the House?
Mr. Speaker, no, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister don't intend bringing an amendment, but he also justified the current situation by the subsidy that they enjoy. What is the parity between the payment they made for the license for the 3 months, which is a quarter, yet they have only 1 month of activity? What is the parity between that and then the subsidy they enjoy? What is the parity?
Honourable Minister, do you have how much you spent and how much it cost them? Do you have any such comparison?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that ready, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Very well. We'll move on to question number 245. Sorry. Yes, 245 in the name of the Honourable Member for Salagat South, Ms. Zuera Mohammed Ibrahim.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have his leave to ask the question on her behalf. So, with your leave, can I proceed?
Very well. Please proceed.
To ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what plans are to establish landing beach at Bugede, Deveglu, Sabonjida, Auni Kope, and Supe, all in Salaga South constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has no immediate plans of establishing new landing beaches at Kojedi, Davulgo, Saboinjida, Awun, Klepo, and Sokpo in the Salaga South constituency because they all have access to premise fuel, which is available at nearby landing beaches. The number of landing beaches committees for every district or municipality is based on weekly demand and level of fishing-based activity of the district. This was done to curtail diversion. However, management is open to discussions leading to the creation of landing beaches where there is a genuine need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the minister that he made mention in the answer that there will be no immediate provision. Is there any provision in the future?
She also added that they are open to discussion of the same matter.
Yeah, she made mention that immediately there is no provision. And then looking at the communities they are meaning. So my question to her is there any provision in future? Would like to know.
Honorable Minister, you said there is no immediate plans. Are there future plans?
Mr. Speaker, that is why I said the ministry is open for any discussions for plans to open or not. Thank you.
Yes.
So that's one.
Very well. The next question is question number 417. It's in the name of the member for Y East, Godfred Sedi Josol. Yes.
Thank you. I rise on order 48 of the standing orders. If I can read. Order 48, the presence of at least 1/3 of all members of parliament besides the person presiding shall be necessary to constitute a quorum for the House. We do not have a quorum, and therefore it will be illegal if we continue conducting business in this House with this number.
Yes, I want to hear from the leadership on his intervention.
Right, Mr. Speaker, when we started, I think the honorable member was not here. He just joined us. He just entered the chamber.
He is still entitled to raise the issue. Do you have a response to that?
Mr. Speaker, we had phone quorum when he was not here. So,
yes, minority leadership, I want to listen to you. Minority leadership, do you wish to comment on the application? Very well. It doesn't appear to me that the minority leadership wish to say anything in respect of that. I've given the option on 3 occasions. None of you was responding to it. Very well. Now let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the rule says that the bell will be rung for 10 minutes, and after that, we'll be at your mercy. So far I'm concerned, we can carry on with business whilst
We'll wait for your time, 10 minutes of your time.
Very well. Honorable member for Karaga, is that right? Tamale Central.
Honorable MP for Bekwai.
I was trying to find out your constituency. Tamale Central. Very well. When you read Order 48, as you did, it has two sub-orders. There's one and there's two. The one talks about a number to be present to form a quorum. The two determines what is to be done when the number is not up to the number required to form a quorum. So I intend to rely on Order 48.2, in which says that at that point, I cause the bell to be rung, and if after 10 minutes we still don't have the numbers sufficient to form a quorum, I may decide to adjourn proceedings. So I direct the table office to ensure that the bell is rung, and then I will count from that time. Thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable Wais, can you ask your question, please?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development the legal basis for the operation of the Gigbo Moffat bank account at the First Atlantic Bank and who the signatories are. Mr. Speaker, may I give this caveat that this question
Honorable member, you're only entitled to ask a question. Now you have asked it. Kindly resume your seat. She will answer. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, Ghana agreed to implement the Observer Program to help monitor vessels at sea. As a result of inadequate staff to cover the 70 vessels at the time, the ministry decided that the vessels should go to sea on rotational basis, which was communicated to owners of industrial trawlers. The Ghana Industrial Trawlers Association, GITA, after a meeting, informed the ministry that it was willing to pay for the emolument of the observers if only the ministry, through the Fisheries Commission, was going to recruit and train adequate observers to cover each vessel. GITA therefore established the account to support the payment of the observers and made the Fisheries Commission a signatory to the account. There are two signatories to the accounts, one each from the association and the Fisheries Commission. The Commission reviewed these arrangements and now pays the observers from its budgetary resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any follow-up question, please?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. May I know from the Minister if we have any Auditor General's report on this account?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any such.
But Honorable Minister, is that a public fund? If it is, yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's a private fund, not a public fund. No, the ministry has now taken up to pay them. So subsequently, they will be auditing on that. But the previous one, no, that one was a private arrangement. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Fisheries Act, Act 625, Section 100, outlines how the observers are to be recruited and the fact that they are public officers. Would the minister admit that by this arrangement, the ministry engaged in an illegality?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, by the arrangement the minister outlined, it means that the observers pay to observe the trawlers. In other words, the trawlers pay the observers to go and observe them. Anyway, my final question, is this account now closed once the minister say they are now paid from the ministry? Have they closed that bank account?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot say much about the account because it was Gita that opened the account, as I stated in here. So I don't know much about the account as we speak. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, from the minister's response, she cannot tell the House about who are the authority to the. I know if she can provide that later to the House, and if that just by some kind of information she can tell this House whether she's a signatory to the account. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, are you a signatory to the account?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I mentioned that it's the associations that are signatory and the Fisheries Commission. For me, no, I'm not a signatory. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the minister, based on the answer she provided. She stipulates that Fisheries Commission, which is under her ministry, is a signatory to the account. Can she confirm that? If so, then can we get the officials who are signatory to the account? File your own question. This is not a follow-up, please. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, from the minister's response, Gita has been involved in the emolument or the payment of emolument to observers. And two things come to the fore. The number of days the vessels stay offshore and the issue of compromising observers on the vessels. And so if the people who are supposed to be controlled are the same people who are recruiting and paying, then we've lost the essence of supervision or oversight for the ministry.
Member, file your own question, and then she'll prepare and come and answer it. Very well. We'll proceed to question number 418. Honourable Member for the Crew. Governance, Kwame. Governance, Agbeja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask the Honourable Minister responsible for fisheries and aquaculture development
what steps the ministry is taking to stop foreign-owned vessels from illegally fishing in Ghanaian waters.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only foreign flag vessels that fish in Ghana are those who come through an access arrangement. In accordance with the fisheries law, it is only the tuna subsector that allows for joint ventures between Ghanaians and foreigners. As part of efforts to combat illegal fishing, the ministry has deployed vessel monitoring system and automatic identification system to detect in real time vessels that engage in illegal fishing activities, especially vessels without license to fish in Ghanaian waters. Thank you.
Right now, Speaker, thank you. I thank the Minister for the answer. Mr. Speaker, on June 3rd, 2021, BNFT reports, and I quote, EU warns Ghana against illegal fishing. On the September 17, 2021, Ghana Business News also writes, how illegal fishing is destroying Ghanaian fisheries sector. Mr. Speaker, may I find out from the Minister if the ministry and the agencies related to the monitoring of illegal fishing have arrested and prosecuted any for the past 2 years?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I know is vessels who have infractions have been prosecuted, some have paid, some are still with the court. That is what I know for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said in her answer that the ministry, and let me quote, Mr. Speaker, she says, as part of efforts to combat illegal fishing, the ministry has deployed vessels monitoring system and automatic identification system to detect in real time vessels engaged in illegal fishing. May I ask the Minister if her outfit is one doing this, or they are relying on Ghana Maritime Authority or any other state agency? Is the ministry actually carrying out the monitoring by themselves?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry has an agency under it that is responsible for this. And we also do the VMS with the FCWC, in collaboration with FCWC in our region. So it isn't even only Ghana that monitors, but the whole of the sub-region. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable members, order. Yes, Honorable Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, the same report carries that 90%. Minister. Mr. Speaker, the minister is being engaged somewhere. Her attention is on.
Honorable Minister says, want your attention.
Minister, the same report says, and I quote, 90% of trawlers who illegally fish in our waters are Chinese-owned with Ghanaian front companies. Are you aware that some unpatriotic Ghanaians are fronting for licenses and hiving off those licenses to Chinese company to overfish in our waters. Has that come?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, vessel owners who have obtained license from the ministry are Ghanaians, and that is what I know. I don't know of any foreigners or Ghanaian fronting for foreigners. I know Ghanaians have the license and they are fishing. Thank you.
Question number 419. Sorry, 418. Honorable Abuja Collins. Order. Honorable Abuja Collins, sorry, Kwame, you have 418 is yours, yes. Okay, 419. Keta, Kwame Jujoli Gakwe.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
You are asking questions. Let me see that.
Yes, I will proceed with your question.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what role the ministry is playing towards cross-border collaboration to ensure enforcement and adherence to the close season for the fishing at sea.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fish trace boundary, therefore managing fisheries requires a cross-border approach. The ministry has relied on international and regional fisheries management organizations such as the Fishery Committee of the West African Gulf of Guinea, that's FCWC, to address these cross-border challenges. The FCWC is a regional body that consists of Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Ghana, and Nigeria. Discussions are underway with member states of FCWC to ensure a joint close fishing season in the near future. Thank you.
Yes, any follow-up question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out, based on the answer provided by the minister, I say,
yes, proceed.
She said plans are underway to have joint meeting so that they have a fixed time of feast where all those countries mentioned close season will come to the same time, because I would like to find out from the minister, can he give assurance that other neighboring countries will comply with what we are saying?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the discussions have begun and other member countries are interested. And so I believe they will all cooperate when the time comes for us to observe the fishing close season. Thank you.
Yes. Any more follow-up questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm done.
Question number 547. The name of the honorable member for Lejokuku. Benjamin Ate Ayiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Agricultural Development what is being done to ensure constant supply of premixed fuel to enhance fishing activities as a source of livelihood for our fishermen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the tracking system currently in place allows regulators to monitor the transportation of products from the loading depots to designated locations to ensure the availability of the products at the landing beaches. Plans are also far advanced to roll out the automated fuel dispensing units at landing beaches to make the product available for fishermen at all times. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, from the Minister's answer, she said once a far advance, she rolled out the fuel dispensing unit at the landing beach. May I find out from the Minister what detailed plans has she got? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is a member of the committee that has oversight responsibility for fisheries and agriculture development ministry. And he will attest to the fact that the ministry has come before the committee to inform the committee about the plans to do the automation of the premixed fuel. And I've just spoke with the chairman. He's also planning to call for another meeting, and after that meeting, I believe we can go ahead with the automation system. Thank you.
Any more further question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my people, or my fishermen from the Dukuku, when they have this, they want to know when this automated system will begin. So if the minister can give us timelines, we'll be very happy. Thank you.
Honorable Member, it says that there's a committee you are part of, and you have announced that there will be another meeting. After that meeting, that the timelines will be available. The answer she just gave responds to your question. So if you are done, I will move on. Very well. Yes, the honorable member for, is it Elmina? Commander. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, from her answer about the tracking of premixed fuel. Madam, there used to be a blue color in the premix, and the color has been taken away. How are we ensuring that this premix is not ending up in the old diversion way, going to the fuel pumps?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the honorable member that the premixed fuel will not end up at the fuel stations. Why? Because very soon the premixed fuel will be using condensate from Ghana gas to prepare the premixed fuel. And I'm not sure vehicles can use those condensates in their vehicles. The cabinet has given approval for us to use the condensate, so it's almost, the preparation is complete, and very soon they will start using it. So by the time we start with the automation, this is also has been rolled out, then we can do that. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the minister had engaged her, and she assured me that the present committees at the various landing sites have gone beyond their tenure pursuant to the airline. Are you in a position to inform the House whether you have reconstituted the committees and whether they've begun work for their new term? Thank you.
Member, how does that flow out from question 547 of the answer? This is reconstitution of the committees. Is that right? But I think her answers have so far been on premix fuel, so the committees do not come in. You may ask your own question if you want answers on the committees, please. Any more follow-up questions? Do you have a follow-up question on the fisheries?
I rose on point of order 48, and you gave a ruling. And you indicated that the standing orders, 48-2, counting be started after the bell is rung. We are in almost 30 minutes after your ruling was given, and the standing orders are very clear, 10 minutes. So our conducting of business without adhering to what is stated culturally in the standing order, for me, is unfortunate. So I want your guidance. Perhaps there is another time I do not know. So I just want to know why the Speaker wouldn't adhere to the standing orders, which is the guiding principle of the House.
Honourable members, I have very much the time required in my mind, and I'll be guided by it. Thank you very much. Any more follow-up questions on the... Well, Honourable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. You're late. I'm sorry. I've discharged her. I didn't realize you were coming to ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, now if we can move to item 7 on the order paper. Statements.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Tamale Central raised the issue of Order 48. You rang the bell, and by the rules, it is your watch that will determine the 10 minutes or otherwise. I want to find out from you if your watch is still counting within the 10 minutes.
Yes, it is still counting. It is still counting. That's why I said I'm very conscious, and I'll... if you want to make another application of your own, you're entitled to, but in the meantime...
Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether it's your wristwatch or the watch that we're all using here. Is it your wristwatch, your phone watch, or the one we're all using in the chamber?
I recall how many times this issue has arisen in the House. The number of times that what kind of watch Mr. Speaker is using has been answered on so many occasions in the House. I'm guided by what has been the previous answers. That Mr. Speaker's watch is determines when his time will come. So I'll work according to my watch. Don't worry. As there's a watch in front of me, which is different from what you are looking at.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. But I think that if it is your watch, we should know. Ghanaians should know that it is your watch. and I ask, is it your wristwatch, or your phone watch, or which one? Just be kind to tell us that it's your wristwatch, so that you can really show it to us.
I hope you become a speaker. You realize that there's a huge watch sitting in front of you. Anyway, I asked the bell to be rung. Now, the table office, can you count for me the number of members here in the chamber? Yes, meanwhile, statements. We agreed that a commemorative statement on the World Kidney Day will be the statement I'll be taking. So, whilst it's counting for me, the honorable member for, is it Afija Kwabre North? Honorable Collins Adwa Kumensa, you may start reading your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would like to ask the table office to capture the entirety of the statement whilst I read certain portions of it. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver a statement as the entire world celebrates the World Kidney Day today, 10th March 2022. Mr. Speaker, every year the World Kidney Day is celebrated globally to raise awareness of the importance of our kidneys to the overall health and to reduce the frequency and impact of kidney disease and its associated health problems worldwide. The celebration of the World Kidney Day started in 2006 with the theme, Are Your Kidneys Okay? The theme for this year's celebration is Kidney Health for All, Bridge the Gap to Better Kidney Care. Mr. Speaker, the functions of the kidneys cannot be overestimated. The kidneys primarily remove toxins and waste products from the blood, which are further removed from the body through the formation of urine. The other functions of the kidneys include controlling blood pressure, activating vitamin D from the sun in the body, controlling water balance, controlling acid-base balance, and producing a hormone called erythropoietin, which plays a key role in the formation of blood cells in the body. In addition, the kidneys ensure that all electrolytes such as potassium, sodium, phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, and the rest are all maintained in their right balance necessary for the normal functioning of the body. Any distortion in these functions cause serious problems in the body. Mr. Speaker, as the entire world celebrates World Kidney Day, let me take this opportunity to highlight some of the challenges the country is facing in the effective treatment and prevention of kidney disease in Ghana. 1. High cost of dialysis. Mr. Speaker, the cost of treating a person with kidney disease is very expensive. As I mentioned earlier, people who have kidney failure will have to undergo dialysis to survive. However, the high cost of dialysis has led to the premature death of many people who could not afford to pay. For example, a patient undergoing 3 sessions of dialysis per week at Kolebu Teaching Hospital will need to pay 50,700 Ghana cedis per year for treatment. This amount is exclusive of laboratory investigations, medications, and transportation to the hospital. How many of us can afford this amount in a year? 2. High cost of kidney transplants. The expensive nature of kidney transplants in Ghana serves as a hindrance to many who may be willing to have the treatment. Currently, a person with kidney failure needs more than 120,000 Ghana cedis before kidney transplant can be done. For this reason, many of them always travel to India for kidney transplants because it is relatively cheaper there. In addition, the current wrong-winding legislature around organ transplants is the reason why very few kidney transplant cases have been done in Ghana. In fact, since 2009 till date, no kidney transplant has been done in Ghana, partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 3. Limited access to dialysis. Hemodialysis is the most common form of dialysis in Ghana. This type of dialysis is done using a dialysis machine to filter the blood. It is sad to know that majority of the regions in Ghana do not have dialysis centers and machines. This limited access to dialysis treatment in Ghana has led to premature death among people with chronic kidney disease. In 2016, the number of dialysis centers in Ghana were 15, with 103 dialysis machines serving over 30 million people. Out of the 103 machines, 65 machines representing 63% were located in Greater Accra only. 4. Uncontrolled advertisement and sale of certain herbal concoctions. The proliferation of herbal medical centers and their advertisement on our main and social media platforms need to be monitored by the Food and Drugs Authority. Some studies have shown an association between herbal medication use and the incidence of the disease. For example, acute kidney injury from the use of herbal remedies is said to account for about 30 to 35% of all cases of acute kidney failure in Africa. Pollution of soil and water bodies. Mr. Speaker, the pollution of water bodies and our soils can have serious effects on our kidney health. We as a people should be worried about the consequences of illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey in Ghana. The continuous pollution of our water bodies, which with chemicals, will cause kidney disease in the people who drink from these water bodies. Some of these chemicals may find their way in our foods when we plant crops in these contaminated soils. For instance, arsenic and mercury used in processing gold, which increases the risk of kidney disease, can be found in the vegetables and other crops planted in contaminated soils. Shortage of trained nephrologists and nephrology nurses across the country. Not all health facilities in Ghana have nephrologists and nephrology nurses to attend to patients with kidney failure. This situation puts pressure on the few located in teaching hospitals such as Kolebu, Konfanoche, Cape Coast, and Tamale teaching hospitals. The main challenge is the huge cost of training these health professionals. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, the country should pay much attention to kidney disease since many of our citizens are suffering from it. Government should take steps to include dialysis on the list of treatments covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme. Just like Kenya, government through the NHIS should be encouraged to pay for 2 sessions of dialysis for citizens who need dialysis. Private individuals and corporate Ghana should also be encouraged to support the cause of kidney disease in Ghana. A fund to support kidney transplantation in Ghana should be established by government to raise funds towards supporting people who have donors but do not have the money to pay for the surgery. A conscious effort should be made towards increasing the number of dialysis centers and dialysis machines in Ghana. Government and the private sector should collaborate so that dialysis centers can be established in all districts and regional hospitals in Ghana. The Food and Drugs Authority should monitor and control the herbal medicine sector in the country. The Center for Research into Plant Medicine should also support the herbal medicine sector to get rid of herbal medicines that are detrimental to our kidneys. Government should continue to fight and win the war against illegal mining in the country. A successful fight against galamsey will not only save our environment, but also prevent kidney disease among the population. Mr. Speaker, government through the Scholarship Secretariat should provide funding for doctors, nurses, and other health professionals to train and specialize so that we can have qualified nephrologists to attend to our citizens. Finally, health education on the prevention of kidney diseases should be intensified, especially as the world celebrates World Kidney Day today. Education on simple steps such as drinking enough water, exercise, eating healthy diets, reducing salt intake, controlling blood pressure, and diabetes, among others, will go a long way to save many. The celebration of this year's World Kidney Day will be celebrated in Kumasi with a float, a public lecture, and a scientific meeting for health workers. The celebration is championed by the Ghana Kidney Association, an association of health professionals in the field of nephrology, and conduct education and free screening programs across the country. Mr. Speaker, kidney failure is a major problem, major public health issue globally, and I call upon the entire House to join the world in celebrating World Kidney Day 2022. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The one behind you, would you that I give them the opportunity first or?
Okay. I respectfully want to draw your attention that yes, the issue of quorum was raised. You asked that the bell be rung 10 minutes has long passed. You've asked that the number be counted.
approximately there are 19 members on the majority side and about 32 on the minority side. Mr. Speaker, that is way, way below the approximately 93 numbers that we need to be able 93, 1/3, 193 that we require.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully believe that this time you will be grateful that you let us adhere to the rules so that it will send more signal to all of us that others cannot just come and be helping to work in the chamber whilst others sit home or go to their constituency and expect business to run. So, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully draw attention to kindly let us adhere to the rules to adjourn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The results have been brought to me. I'll deal with it. The counting report has just been brought to me. I'll deal with it. Yes, Honorable.
That is so tight. That is so tight.
Mr. Speaker, he's saying something off record. But since he's not ready to own up, I will not refer him to it. Except that I get the impression that this morning he doesn't want a fight. He wants to be the good friend I know him to be. Mr. Speaker, he is talking about procedure and he says he has done some counting. But he knows that these things are done by the appropriate authority. That notwithstanding, whilst coming, I noticed that some members were moving into committee meetings and all that. So, Mr. Speaker, we may have to consider the application. However, we may have to ring the bell. Yes, we are aware that by the 10 minutes Mr. Speaker keeps the time. Mr. Speaker keeps the time. Mr. Speaker keeps the time. Yes, I heard it. I was in the office. Mr. Speaker keeps the time. So, Mr. Speaker, since we are the masters of our own rules, Mr. Speaker, we are the masters of our own rules. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has not struck out. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has not struck out that provision that allows us to be masters of our own rules. Yes, that is specific. And they are saying that just opposing that against the constitutional provision, they want to look at it again. So, Mr. Speaker, don't let us litigate. The practice is that you allow a member to speak. And Honorable Mutala, you are my good friend. You are not supposed to be shouting.
Why is he here? Why is he here?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with Honorable Minority Chief Whip to allow the members who are very desirous of making comments
Honorable Leader, are you done? You're still on your feet.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen him on his feet, and I thought. So, Mr. Speaker, if Honorable Mutala would want to sit down for me to continue.
Honorable Deputy Leader, please conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that you grant members the permission to comment on the statement made whilst we deal with the issue of quorum. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for the body or the other one? Via East, very well.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Deputy Majority Leader made a statement that we are masters of our own rules. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Supreme Court made a ruling that, because article, I want to refer to article, yes, article 110, that Parliament Parliament, by the standing orders, regulate its own procedures. I'm paraphrasing. So we are no longer masters of our own rules. We are no longer.
No, allow him to go.
Is that your contribution to this discussion as to whether to
So
attend or
I don't want the deputy leader to just maintain that position again.
Honourable members, I find it very
Yes,
disappointing.
and even order 1093 has been struck out from our standing orders. So even this standing order that we are holding is defective. Yes, because it's part of the entire standing orders of the House. Part has been struck out.
1101.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are not masters of our own rules. The Supreme Court can give another positive interpretation to the standing orders and strike part of it out. Oh.
1101.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to buttress my point with Article 1101.
101.
Honourable members, order. Can you read 1101?
Mr. Speaker, you need to come to my rescue.
Yes, I want you to read it. So.
Because he keeps telling us that we should listen to him in silence. But a leader trying to heckle a member on the floor.
It's all
We
right.
came to the House at the same time.
You have the floor. Can you read
Yes.
1101?
Respect your colleague, though you are a leader. You are junior, seniors are talking.
101.
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to 101.
1.
The Speaker shall preside in Parliament at all sittings and What would you give to me? Mr. Speaker.
Subject. It's down there, subject.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, when you have more attorneys, these are the results. I rest my case.
I thought you were going to read 1101 to assist all of us. And please, for the avoidance of doubt, I'll read 1101, which is very cardinal to the discussion and the suggestions being made. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament may, by standing orders, regulate its own procedure. So, everything Parliament does regarding regulation of its procedure is subject to the Constitution. So, what the Supreme Court said was that the particular standing order is against the Constitution. It has not taken away the right to regulate it, and that misinformation is going out unfairly. Leaders, I heard one of the leaders this morning, and I said, gee, we should not be misinforming the public when it comes to matters like this. Leaders should speak sparingly. So please, whatever we do here to regulate our business is subject to the Constitution. If for any reason anybody says a clause or otherwise is against the Constitution, it is the Supreme Court that will determine whether it is against the Constitution, or we ourselves say no, the Constitution does not give us the power to do A or B or C. Once that determination has been done, if a member wishes to ask for a review, appeal against that, it's open to us. But let's stop misinforming the public that the Supreme Court has taken away the power of Parliament to regulate itself. No. We still have the power to regulate our proceedings, except that we must work within, not outside the Constitution. Thank you. Honourable members, I think order. I think there's no more to be said. I asked the numbers to be counted. The result has been brought to me. The total number of members at the time the count was done was 41. I'm still looking around. I don't see any more members have joined the House. Accordingly, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Friday, (11th March 2022 at 10 o'clock in the phone.
On this week's edition of Bistek, we engage Meshach Ajeti, a 24-year-old miniature artist doing amazing work with chopsticks and cardboard.
I love acting and crafting. Okay. Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or I find it passionate. Yes. Step one, I cut this board. Okay. Yeah. So from here to here is 15. Okay. From here to here is 12.
So you measure everything as well. Okay.
It's actually funny because I sometimes take some of the things from my mom's jewelry.
Okay. So you've been stealing your mom's. You've been stealing some of the mom's jewelry to do it. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Nama Ejakon Sentreni ewo Accra FM no na watu bi amane Dr. Mahmoud Baumia yewe Samira Baumia ochema enti Samira opeso obisa wasem bi se enti wukunu otumi ne di nkita ho pa ebisa ne se enti emra na chese former president John Dramani Mahama woso ana de bia na incompetent no oso peso obisa was enti wukun so sa incompetent no wo ho kwan na so betumi ebisa ne se ono so ye incompetent ana ochema was first ladies awodo ana second lady otumi pa oni ni kun ye boma platform emo mienu na chese omo gina so nanka omo disankita ho no ye bisa omo anampo ne yire na bisa ni kun no sansem no esansa memo boni pa ni ocha memo we de enkoyie pa no kai sa amre ne pa amra na former president John Dramani Mahama woso ene Samira ni kun mount stage na ogina ne nchen ena monto abama incompetent Mahama o monto abama incompetent Mahama afei ukun na ye competent na ye de ade amemo ya hye ne nsa such as ono to enroli any nation any ma e koso wo no ma chese eye rabe oye ni show e wa Accra FM so eno de sansem fa we nyina etudwa. Essentially Bridget Otu say o asembi ekatre IGP Dr. Ekufu Dampare ochema Ekufu Dampare akwakwa say we there in court o say wonye good father kra esan so ochema wonnam na citizens and e discipline we ochana wo tia we emrekra wankasa nkofa oni omudi djuma billion van attack e koso bebe nyina aposifo ewom dodo na omanfo ebe ka na sentem na Ghana Police Service for edikrat bi beto abonten ano muchemu so munchihwemu maye etremu say ade asa billion vans attacks e koso no aposifo dodo na eka ho e ma cheso mo de beto jampo so mabo mienu tio ewom e ma emu 5 so de ya che omo akwakogu so such ya remind omo eno na otremu say nipa kakra bi ampo ayetumi ache omo no den na tremu say dodo na nso eni won ma sa attacks omo so ewom bi eno na otremu say IGP ono de wo say ni manim ya no odi ntremu bi a ebe Ghana for esan say o personal no omo so mo hia sa discipline ni bi.
up on this week's edition of Bistek, we engage Meshach Ajeti, a 24-year-old miniature artist doing amazing work with chopsticks and cardboard.
I love acting and crafting.
Okay.
Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or I find it passionate. Yes. Step one, I cut this board. Okay. Yeah. So from here to here is 15. Okay. From here to here is 12.
So you measure everything, yes, as well.
Okay. It's actually funny because I sometimes take some of the things from my mom's jewelry stuff.
Okay, so you've been stealing your mom's, you've been stealing some of the mom's jewelry to do it. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Right there.
No matter how you view yourself as a complete person who is enough, friends and family sometimes make you feel incomplete once you remain unmarried. Many people see marriage as the ultimate goal for well-established people, especially women. Your six-figure job, your PhD and other accomplishments doesn't matter to them. But have you stopped to wonder why some successful men and women are unlucky with love? And is it true that people who come to their life do so for the money and security? Well, I want answers. My name is Paula Amabroni. This is Monts and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Monts and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. There's a lot of questions that people ask, like, you're successful, you're doing well for yourself. But then people don't see who you are. Everybody wants to know who you are dating. When are you going to get married? The question comes everywhere. You face it in your church, your work, even in your neighborhood. But today I have here with me some guests to discuss if it's true that successful people, when it comes to love, they are unlucky with it. I have the managing editor of blackpepper.com, Mistake Mike. Mistake with the flow. Mistake, Happy New Year.
Many, same to you, as they will say, rather. This is not Christmas.
Many happy returns, but of course, however you say it, we want to be part of 2023 come next year. Good to have you back, Mistake.
It's always a pleasure being here.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
I have a new face, Amma Krampash. Amma, it's good to have you here on Monts and Cuddles. Amma is a TV presenter and the host of the Extra All Woman show. Good to have you. Amma, you are glowing. You have to tell us your secret. But I know you're doing well for yourself and where you in the media space. You've met people, of course. Maybe if you are following the trends, the fact that people say sometimes Ghanaian women, when you become successful, it doesn't matter the sector you find yourself in, whether you are in the media, whether you are doing movies, songs. Some people assume that it's hard for these women to find love. Is it true that successful and well-established people, when it comes to love, they are sometimes unlucky?
You mean women like me?
Women,
please,
men.
I'm not that successful yet. So.
Yeah. Mama, are you sure about that? Yeah, I know you want to achieve more, but
trying.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit of truth in that. A bit of truth. But it's not just because you have been successful.
Okay.
But the truth is here. Even before a woman has money or is on top of her world,
when you have some level of confidence as a woman in Africa, already you have been sidelined. By a day, it will be difficult for a mother to accept her son to marry you. Because she sees you and she thinks, you walk so confidently. And there's no more you. That thing is there. And it's gradually that perception, this new generation, we are trying to change the status quo. When you become successful, let's say right now I'm the host of, let me say, I work with BBC now. More people know me, that kind of sort. So, one, my financial state has gone up. So if, for instance, I was living in, let's say, Dakuma, I'll probably be living in Villaggio, somewhere like that. So the man coming in, if he is not financially at that level, he's lost it, and then there's this perception that when you gain a certain level of status, you as a woman or a man, you expect your partner to be at the same level. Sometimes that's not the case, but it's a perception, and so people don't come forward because they've already put in you in a certain world. So he will not even try his luck, thinking that,
it's true. I don't know whether it's intimidation
It is, of course. He's looking at your car, he's looking at your house, he's imagining your salary, and he's thinking, how can I impress her? How can I impress this woman? I mean, I've had some kind of experience.
Okay.
And the guy was thinking, like, I can't take you out too. I cannot afford to take you out on a date. I was sad because he was a good guy. And he was thinking that he needs to... Black people, why are you laughing?
Yeah, the money. He's thinking about the money.
You see, sometimes that's not what it is. The woman likes to look good. She likes to dress well, walks confidently, well put together. It doesn't mean that you cannot get in her life. You don't need to match up to her lifestyle. Maybe that's not what she's lacking. That's not what she's looking for in a man. But you think that you have to be able to probably take her on a $2,000, $2,000 date. You're supposed to be able to buy her designer goods because you see her wearing that. She can afford them. That's why she's buying them. So she doesn't need you to come on. Some women do, though. But if you're looking for a relationship, I don't think it's always the fact or the point that I'm looking for a man who can do exactly for me what I do for myself or more. Sometimes you just need someone that will just listen. Someone that will ask you, baby, how was your day? Someone that will just maybe rub your feet. Someone that you can talk to. Oh, I had a bad day. And he'll just tell you a thing or two, and all the stress and all the pain, it's just gone. But the perception out there is very big, and so to narrow it down, it's going to take a few brave guys to come. I mean, I'm talking in the sense of a female, a successful female. It will take a few brave guys to come forward and try their luck and see that, oh, I thought you were rude, or I thought you were, disrespectful, but look at you, you're so nice, you're talking to me, and then,
So a lot of successful women are denied or deprived love because of the perception some men out there have about their level of,
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Black Pepper.
Yeah.
Do men also feel the same? Established men, is it difficult to find someone for you, someone who is not in for the cash?
Well, finding the right partner is always a challenge. And so just as females have obstacles in that regard, men also do. But with the females, when Amma was speaking, I would like to add that oftentimes when people express concern about you aging and you not having a partner, oftentimes it's well-intentioned. You see, it's well-intentioned because in their thinking, the woman is on a biological clock, and that clock is ticking, and that clock's, most productive years are ticking and going by. So that it is the same reason why your mom is going to be prompting you, that you've gone to school, you said schooling, you've done your degree, you've done your master's, you have a well-paying job. What are you waiting for? It's the same reason why colleagues at work who know how good you are, that you're a very good person, are asking, why can't you land a man? Because time is of the essence, especially in a regime that we are in where a woman to bear children, in Ghana here, there might not be any scientific data to it, but often the women would love that by their 28th to the 30th year, they should have at least a child.
All right.
In our
Mr. Let me
circumstance.
come in. You made a point that family or friends will be thinking your biological clock, the clocks. There's a clock.
I wanted to come in.
I
wanted him to
so
finish.
with that, I find it a bit offensive because if there was a man in my house, in my life, I would have gone ahead. Why do you think, unless people who just enjoy being alone, if the men are available, you will go for them. So sometimes the pressure is just too much.
Yeah, the pressure. They see. Let me land this
no,
one.
I have to say this before I forget it. The biological clock thing. Have you heard of surrogacy? I can be 50 years and have a baby.
But it isn't for everyone. The cost component takes it out of the reach of the average Ghanaian.
It's an option.
Yeah, but how many people can access it? And even our system, our medical systems, even the malaria and the Okada hitting. Emergency and even for the emergency treatment and not to say Okada mo krana yedo rush to Kolebuni and say so the surrogacy thing is for the elite, is for a certain caliber of people in this society. So that having been established, I understand that it can be quite annoying. It can be a nuisance the way certain people, even though it is well intentioned, go about these things. I mean, ideally, if you express your concern and the person says, it is something I'm working on, you should leave the person alone. If Paula, with all her social media activeness, with all her meeting, all of these meals, says she hasn't landed anyone, but then she's working on it, it isn't a decision that I don't want a man in my life, you leave Paula alone. So that she figures things out herself. It isn't every time you'll be reminding Paula. That becomes a nuisance.
All right.
But for the men also, our case is a bit different because for the men, the more they age, it is when they become financially more stable and viable. When they are younger, they have very little. It is when they proceed through the system, the educational qualifications, the work experience, having worked with you, that's where the salary. It is where the earning power increases. Okay. So for a man who has not landed a woman yet or has not married yet, the dynamics are different from a woman's own because the more the man travels through the 30th, the 40th, the 50th, all other things being equal, it is when he becomes very solid indeed.
All right. So, mistake, whilst a man is working, just to make ends meet, just to be well established, to be able to take care of the wife and then the children who's yet to find. Would you say that at that period, how would you know that someone who is coming into your life is the right person? Because I know there are a lot of people who are successful, they're going about their jobs, they are so busy. They don't get the luxury to, meet people and socialize. It's all about work. But then when you meet somebody at that period, how would you know this is the right person?
We can't have everything in life. But we can make intentional decisions in acquiring things or having things. And so, even for a very busy man, a very busy male professional, if you are seeking a partner, you can't go about identifying the intent of people because you are not a magician or you are not a mystic. You are not a stoic person, so you cannot go into their minds to know that is your motive sincere, is your motive clear, or is it dubious. You wouldn't know that, but it is on the basis of the evidence that you see, that you feel. It is that which must guide you in taking a decision. Now, if I'm a 40-year-old male and I don't have a child, and now I'm financially secured, I've sorted my accommodation, I have a very beautiful living quarters, I have my means of transport, and now I want to be able to call a child my own. And the women that come my way, I do not know their intents because some can put on a charade. You want a baby. It is a baby you want. So if I were you or I were the man, look at the most desirable woman you'd want to bear a child with and go for that.
All right.
Go for that and have a child because at the end of the day, you want a baby.
Is it just a baby's marriage or maybe I'm
what if she's sick or something?
No, I'm saying that look at the woman that you feel most attracted to.
Yeah, but what if she's beautiful and sick?
And then who has a modicum of certain indicators? Because you must have your marking scheme. You have your marking scheme going into the exam. So you are ticking against what is before you. So she's sexually attractive. I want my woman in a slender way, and she ticks that box. Or I want my woman fleshy, and she ticks that box. So you tick that box. I do not know why she is coming, because you cannot establish that. Time would reveal that. Right. But the certain indicators that ticks your box, you work with that.
All right. So Amma, for a successful woman who is willing to give love a try, what are some of the red flags you should look out for when these men come your way? Because we always say they come in for money and security, if that is what is true out there. But then there's some red flags you should know that, no, this is not going to take me anywhere.
I think it's relative.
Okay.
Very relative, because certain things matters differently to every other person. So the signs or red flags, okay, he wants your money. Some women don't care, depending on how desperate she might be, how many times her mother calls her in a day to
maybe how good the
wail
day
about
is.
Major Menana. You know, how many times she's embarrassed to go up to the grocery shop. Depending, so some might not care. And like Mystic was saying, maybe she also really wants to have a baby. So it is just for that. But red flags, personally, because I cannot speak for everybody, but if you know the kind of man you're looking for, and then you find him and you see the qualities that you want in him, obviously everybody has his or her qualities that she looks out for in a man, and then she has the other qualities she does not want to see at all. So it's very relative, and if you see the things you don't want in him, I think you shouldn't let desperado lead you into settling with him. If it's about a baby, now there are so many scientific ways to carry your own baby without having to sexually be in contact with a man.
But the question is, if are women open to that? Because people think that the natural way, let's just stick with the natural way. With surrogacy, because I remember Enyedo was in the news that she had a baby, and then come and see how everybody was questioning. So you just went for a sperm donor. Do you know his trait? Do you? It was so whole, and I was like, come on, we are in 21st century. Give her a break.
People talk, it's your life.
Jeez.
It's your life. It always has to be what's good for you.
Yeah.
It's your life. And so if you're going to look at what people are going to say, especially when you are a known figure or you're in that kind of world of business, then you will not do certain things. There's so many things you will not do that might be good for you. So it's your life. If, for example, you don't want a man who, you want a man who always gets the door for you, and this man doesn't get it, and you try talking it out with him, and he sees it like, nah, maybe, yes, I man. And then maybe you want a man that to call you baby, honey. This person calls you sweetie pie or do you? And, you know, maybe he's not that polished. Come on, don't just be in it. So, I mean, there are individual preferences. And so red flags are very relative for everybody. Some women can condone a lot. Some women can condone a lot. I mean, some will just look at a few things. Some too, the little things just, you know, put them off. So you know your red flags when you see them and you think you can't, you know, contain it. I think you should just.
Right. So personally, I would say you trust your instinct, because love, they say, is blind, but sis, you can't let love blind you. But the moment you feel like you're being used, don't feel like, oh, maybe it's just one of those things. No, you deserve best, because if you are working your ass out, you're making your own money, you should, we are not saying everyone is perfect, but you should just strive for perfection, because everybody's not perfect, but you deserve the best. Now, Mystic, are men intimidated by women who pay the bills? So everything, you go to dinner with her, she wants to grab her ATM, she wants to grab her card, she wants to take out her purse, oh baby, I'll get you this, everything. Or you prefer that, okay fine, we know the money, you got it. Should she give it to the man, or it's okay to feel like it's my own money, I decide to pay the bills anytime? Will you be intimidated, or will your brothers be?
Well, it would for me, it will depend on the drama behind that giving.
Okay.
If you're a good sport and you genuinely offer. If we go out, they say, hey, come on, babe, I got this, and pays. And there's no drama, there's no reference to it in future conversations.
I fed you.
You know, if we are driving and we get to the fuel station and you say, babe, let me fill this tank. You do it. I, for one, wouldn't be alarmed. I wouldn't be bothered because it is done out of the generosity of your own heart.
Okay.
You know, but the problem I reckon that males have with women who do good or perform these is the reference, is the constant referrals.
Constant referrals.
That's what really triggers them. Because if you offered to pay for our dinner date, just as men have done since millennia, and you choose to do it, why should this become so monumental that in any disagreement, I paid money.
I fed you.
Paid money.
Head
I
to
fed
toe.
you.
Even the shoes you're wearing, I bought it.
Why should that become a problem?
Okay.
Because you opted. Nobody begged you. You were not forced. Hell, if I found a woman who was wealthy and was so generous and was kind-hearted and was very measured, what would be my problem, Paula?
Tell me.
I'll be thanking the gods.
Allah.
I'll be thanking Allah that for landing me such a lady, because it makes everything sweet. It makes everything, and then I will really be putting in the work.
So you are not the kind of man who say they don't want to be with successful women because they'll intimidate them, they'll make them feel
I'll
you
be
don't
damned.
care.
I'll be damned.
Okay.
If I were to turn it down, I'll be damned.
Okay. That's fine. I respect your choice. But then, Amma, as Mystic was saying, they don't like the reference and all that. Every little argument, you want to bring it up that I gave you this. Come on, nobody wants that. So as a successful woman, how can you integrate a man into your life without making him feel intimidated? How can you? How best can you?
Yeah, I think it's the attitude, the intimidation, the fear of that is what makes most men stay back. You know, before a woman gets to a certain level in her career, in her life, I'm sure you have a plan. There are things you want to do. You want to go here, go there, you know, work here, work there, then move from your own talk show. Maybe you want to, you know, there's a plan, right? It involves a lot of sacrifices.
Okay.
So when finally she gets there, or she's almost there, she looks at all these sacrifices and this is now time for her to relax and get taken care of. Okay. So you're coming in and, you know, I expect you to do certain things for me, not as my, excuse me to say, my houseboy, as my partner, but I expect you to be more loving, more caring. Okay, I'll try my best not to be rude, not to take out a bad day on you.
Sure.
I'll try to be nice to you, but I expect you to know that let's say a business executive. So don't expect me to always be there, be in a good mood. Some days are bad. Some days you have meetings all over. You have your bosses on your neck. I think these men fail to understand what makes a woman, what it takes for these women to get it. They think it's different for women, but the same struggles you go through to get to the top, women go through worse. Am I lying? You go through worse, especially when you're good looking. All your intentions are misconstrued. You're being, you know, and so when she goes through all that, takes all, excuse my language, shit, and gets there, honey, you're not coming in to make her life more difficult. Yes, she will give you the attitude. It is there with every successful woman. It's not a lie. And sometimes they're not deliberately rude. It is the fact that, come on, my bread. There be more house up, and I want you to do certain things. No, I've done that. I've been there. Now I'm here. I want to enjoy my life. So don't come and make it hell. Okay. So I think these men expect so much from women, not taking into consideration their status and what they might have gone through to get there. And how it's important for them to feel taken care of.
Amma, when we come back from the break, we will discuss the misconception that successful women don't know how to take care of homes when it comes to like cooking for the man and all that, because they are too busy with their life. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cuddles continues. back to Monson Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, am I a mistake? For me, I believe in wise counsel from elderly people. So even at my age, if I bring a man and then my parents are not so cool with the person, you know, it's not because maybe of where he comes from or the money, but then there are just certain things that they see as red flags. Maybe you might be blinded by love, but then they feel like, no, we've seen you be around this guy. It might be his own seriousness and something that he does, but you don't see. As a successful young woman or man, how do you convince your family, close friends, that the man or woman who is in your life is not in for the money, but genuinely, you know what you find in them, that's why you are sticking with them? How can you do that without getting in trouble with the whole drama from family and friends?
It's not your place to prove to anyone that they are not in for the money. It's not in your place.
You have mistake, but I feel like sometimes you have to explain.
No, what matters.
Yes.
It's not for you to go be their counsel or their attorney.
Okay.
What it is you must do when these concerns are raised is for your parents, your family head, or anybody expressing that concern to articulate their concerns very clearly. Okay. Make the point you've discovered or you've noticed or you've noted.
Clearly.
Make it clearly stated why you think this person is only parading as something they are not. And when they make the case so clearly, you must then put it to strict proof. You must then put it to strict test to see what the outcome will be. If concerns are raised, it is not for you to jump. Oh no, this person is all right. No. Put those concerns to the test. And if your man or your woman excels, then you have even better reason to deepen your love for him or her.
Right.
If they are saying that this is a gold digger, if people have expressed concern that this is a gold digger coming in to squander your wealth, coming in to suck you dry, it is in your best interest to limit the goodies you are giving her. Limit it. If you used to give her 1,000 cedis allowance every week, tell her
every week. Okay.
Tell her.
Interesting.
Tell her that things are difficult at work. Contracts are not coming through. So you can only be giving 200 for now till things stabilize. See the reaction.
Okay.
For how long do you have to keep on with that charade?
No, I mean just examine, see how she takes it.
Okay.
Other goodies you go, maybe you give her a gift voucher, go and shop anything or for a certain amount.
So you should hold it for a while to see if there will be the same.
You must look at the elements. The sun does not always shine. The rain also comes in. The rain comes in. Even in Africa, that we are not in Europe and the Americas, where we have autumn, winter, spring, and the others. Even in Africa, where they say the sun always shines, there's the Harmattan period. There's the Harmattan for you to also get some chillness, some coldness. Even the elements tells us that there's no one way to life. There are always ups and downs, and the waves will come and go. Go to the seashore. Look at the waves coming and going. Sometimes coming so close to you at your feet, and then going so far off.
So a true partner is the one who will stick with you when the hard times come.
Exactly.
So it's good to play that card once in a while.
Let the elements reveal the true identity
of your
partner. True intent of your supposed partner. Then you can be rest assured that this person is in for the real deal and not for all the benefits that come with it.
All right. So, I've heard people advise these successful women that, see, it's good to sign a prenup, especially when a man is coming to your life. Make him sign something that, see, if you leave today, we are not coming to say we're married, so I've come to divide my wealth and give you some percentage because of what the law says.
Yeah.
Is it advisable to introduce that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, in the sense that if you are more successful than the man, if you have more in terms of money than the man, of course it will be painful to go through all the hassle for 10, 15 years. And
so come and use 30 seconds to divide your wealth.
Don't you
know,
maybe you even settled. Sometimes you probably settled for him, and then he comes in, and because he sees everything is there, he probably misbehaves and the relationship doesn't go the way you expect. And he comes in with, let's say, a Kia Picanto, and now he's taking home 2 Prados, a house in
Look at
East
that.
Legon Hills, another one in airports.
My sweat.
Because you have like 5 houses, they are splitting.
That you can't think far.
Way. So yes, sign a prenup if you are more richer than he is. But know when you guys are on the same pedestal, maybe he has more than you have, when you don't feel the need, because trust me, from the beginning, he will definitely pretend he's not in for the money, of course, because he's seen that you have the money, but you are lacking that company, that comfort. So that's where he's going to hammer, that's where he's going to give more. So from the beginning, he's going to make you feel like, you know, and he will reject, if he's in for business, he'll reject all the goodies. I'm telling you, if you try to change his car, he will not accept. And when he marries you, and now everything legally says us, not yours, that's when you wake up and you see the Mercedes. I wanted to use the Mercedes, you can use the Prado. It's your car, they're your cars, but now he's now trying us. So my sister, if you are more successful than your partner, I think that you should sign a prenup. If he doesn't want to sign a prenup, then you know that he is probably coming in for your money. Because if it's not for your money, he will not have any problem. It goes the other way. I mean, it's a bit uncomfortable when it's when a man is asking a woman to sign a prenup, you know, because women contribute a lot in a marriage apart from
the
money,
childbirth. Sometimes they have to put their career on hold to take care of the home.
Most of us do. You put your career on hold. In fact, even if you don't put your career on hold, when you are pregnant, when you get to a certain stage of the pregnancy, you can go to work. You have like 6 months leave, but sometimes it's not even enough. Having the baby, trying to wean off the baby at a very early age, or, you know, expressing milk, Charlie, all those, it's work. And you don't get paid for in cash. They don't so, Charlie. If it's the other way,
hey, you be a bit partial there.
You be a bit partial. My good man out there, just as she's articulated a point, you also, if you are the richer man, make sure you insist on the prenup.
No way.
Insist on the prenup, because what is good
for
the goose is good for the gander.
If you contribute a lot in a marriage or relationship that you cannot quantify. You cannot quantify what a woman brings.
But I think even in the law courts, the assets that a partner accrued before you came into his life are not subject for equal sharing.
Okay, I don't know that.
So
I don't really know about that.
If
We need to confirm,
the person has, you know, lived in Wabobra over many years, acquired those houses before you came into his life, there's no way you can come and say you want equal share of it. Yeah.
Wait, I will check that and then get more details. Yeah, but Amma, what you earlier you made mention that successful people, it's not like they are in for your money or anything. At a point, they just need someone who be understanding, who be caring and all that. So if I am a successful woman who is finding it difficult to identify the right guy, what are some of the qualities that you think that these men and women look out for in the men that, or the women that they hope to settle with? What are the qualities?
Intent. I mean, to begin with, in any other thing, in business dealings, in social dealings, a person's word must be his or her bond.
Okay.
A person's word. I won't take Paula seriously if over time you've proven yourself not to be trustworthy. When you give a word that may way you don't do it. If you've proven over time that, oh, yen shower her 7 o'clock. You've never kept to anything you say. I'll eventually take you very lightly. I'll not take anything you say seriously.
Successful people, they don't like excuses.
You know,
like
so,
they don't like excuses because even at work they don't want
so
that.
one thing is, look out for a person whose word is his or her bond.
All right.
When you start on that premise, you know that this person is one to be taken seriously, and if your word is your bond, you have honor as well.
Okay.
You know, they say death before dishonor among the Japanese yakuza. For you to embarrass them, they rather take their life.
Yeah.
So anyone whose word is his bond is also an honorable person and is someone who will not like to be embarrassed or be dishonored. And so that is a very good premise to assess a person on.
All right. All right. So Amma, let me create this scenario. You're a young woman, maybe after national service, you got a job, you're working, you're trying to make ends meet. And you meet this man. He got all the money to take care of you and your 4th to 6th generation. Like he's dusted. And he comes to you with, okay, right now, you know, you working, maybe they'll pay you 1,500. You are my wife, you deserve something better. So maybe you can come stay at home. Just maybe put your career on hold for the children and all that. Would you say you should go ahead with something like that, or you should only go in to be with a successful man who is willing to support your career? Because in most cases, these women become like housewives and then, you know, they get to take care of the kids. But then you face reality when you break the marriage, when there's divorce, and then you are thinking, I put my life on hold, I could have been better, but then now I'm back to square one. Forget about the money you get through divorce and stuff like that. So what would your advice be to our women?
Okay, so some women find, fulfillment in motherhood. Some too, their fulfillment is in working hard, achieving that goal, maybe setting up that business and all that. So if your fulfillment, you find that in your children, in, you know, keeping a home, having that perfect home, if that is what makes you happy,
yeah, I
think life is all about doing what makes you happy. It's not all about money. We have made life, it's like we came on this earth to make money and go. If you don't make money, it's like you didn't achieve anything. No. If what makes you happy, what puts your soul at rest, is waking up and seeing that your children are good, your husband is good. And don't get me wrong, you can do all this and still be working or be successful. But if your ultimate goal in life is, okay, I have this business or I'm working, but when I see my children okay, when I make breakfast for my children, I know what my children eat, when my husband comes home and I welcome him, that is what makes me happy. Aside all that I've been able to do for myself in terms of work, then please do that. Do that. But if what makes you happy, what fulfills you as a person is to be able to work and get there, then you shouldn't let marriage stop that, because then you will not be happy. He can give you all the money, he can pay you 3 times what you were earning and tell you to stay at home. But you will be sad, you'll be depressed, you might even be suicidal, you might end up not loving the children that you have. So I think you should find your purpose, what drives you, and don't let marriage or relationship come in between. These things are supposed to spice up our lives. Your partner is supposed to spice up your life. And so he shouldn't come in and make you give up the things that make you happy. No. So if it's work that does it for you, you can work a way out. Don't just, you know, rudely come out. Don't just say, I'm not doing that. No, try and be respectful, because he's your head.
Okay.
Men, they are head. Take it or leave it. When a man is in your life, he adds up to it. He gives you that authoritative figure, yeah, that, so to say. I mean, having someone to call, hey, honey, I had a flat tire. You know he's not your mechanical. But you just calling him and telling, okay, baby, where are you? Okay, have you called the mechanic? You say yes. You have called the mechanic, but you're still calling your husband.
Someone upset you and like, wait till I tell my husband. Like, you know.
So they are ahead. They are ahead. A good man, honey, will make you blossom. So let's not try to we shouldn't really like disrespect them. But in this case, if he's asking you to quit your job and work is what does it for you, try and talk it out with him.
All right.
And then, you know, reach a consensus.
Mystic, you stated that you don't mind dating a woman who's got all the money. So what if she comes in with this offer? Okay, Mystic, you know, I earn more, like I have a well-paying job. We have kids. Quit being the managing editor of Black Pepper. Come to the house and take care of the kids. You know everything is sorted out for you. Would you accept that offer?
Well, already I'm operating from home, so I'm at home already. I'm operating from home already, and I actually am not the type who takes delight in waking at 4 a.m., reporting to work at, leaving home at 5:30, getting to work at 8:30, closing at 8 p.m., getting home at 10 p.m. I've done that.
The 9 to 5 is not for you.
I've done that for nearly 10 years.
It's not your thing.
I did that, and I found that there's more to life. And that's how come now I'm at home, and it's still the same content, the same writing that others were paying me for that I'm doing.
Okay.
And I find pleasure. I have time. You know, my sister gave birth, and you know, that's our first child. And now I'm an uncle.
Are you sure it's your sister?
Yeah, my sister, and now I'm an uncle.
Hey, Amma, why are you asking? Are you sure it's your sister?
My sister is, she's been posted to the regions, and I'm helping raise the child with my old lady. And I find, I've come to find life, that there are dimensions to life. Yeah. There are experiences that I experienced with this child. I'm like, whoa. You know, and I can say now that I'm more than ready. I've been gone through the school to also bear my own child now. Okay. Because I've slept, I feed at dawn, I change nappies, and I'm like, this is cool. I've got this.
Well done.
That's how I got this. So if I find a partner who is reasonable and is wealthy, and you can reason with her, and there's balance, because once she is wealthy and she is generous, it doesn't mean you will take her for a ride. You would also have to balance it, you know, with the other needs of the house. If she goes to executive meeting and comes home very late, and I can cook, why don't I prepare a meal?
Remember you said you can cook.
Yeah, why can't I prepare a meal, you know, make sure her beverage is ready,
breakfast,
handle the other things. If there's a garden at home, make sure it's taken care of. If you can attend to her music selection, music that she likes, you can do the selection for her.
You really know
so that when she comes, she can groove to music, and I'm a masseuse as well, and give her some massage.
Are you available?
Mistake. I know my viewers want your contact to get, but then we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cuddles continue. You're welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. Now, Amma, I just want to find out, if you get all the money, you are rich and wealthy, everybody knows that, okay, where their cash is and you meet a man, should you declare all your assets to him? And I said, there are certain things that you should hold back. Because I've heard stories that, buy and I just say, eliminate you, then they take over everything. So how can you tread cautiously?
I think you don't, of course, you don't declare all your assets. our politicians do they declare?
We won't declare. Now.
Look at they are legally bound.
They don't.
So please don't, including even if you have children or anything. Baby steps, baby steps. Because the moment you have reached a certain level of success, there are lots of perceptions around you, and even sometimes the man has money, but he still wants yours. He wants yours, you know, because he finds you gullible. At that stage, he thinks that he can sweet talk you into signing some checks, into giving him some properties of yours. So don't declare more. In fact, if it's a house you're living in, just let him know that this is all that you have, or even cry you partly own it or something. Sometimes you got the light to protect yourself, and then you see how it goes. But no.
But wait till you are faced with the question of, wait, so you didn't trust me? What were you taking me for? Why are you holding back?
I didn't trust you.
Okay.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes, I'll tell you. I didn't trust you. But now I do. So I'm telling you I have an offshore account. Now I do. So I'm telling you that I have 5 houses. Now I do. That I'm telling you that this estate company that you hear of, it's mine. I didn't trust you by then, but now I have reason to trust you. And if that hurts you or that makes you not trust me, then you can go.
You can go.
Yeah, but I can't just meet you and within a few months trust you.
So how many years should it take you?
You can't quantify the time, but you would know. You would know. You will have that feeling. And no cry, Jacka cry with
Kakra.
Obey who say, hey, Janissa, you know, because money is powerful. Let's not pretend money has power, and sometimes money can make you do things that genuinely you wouldn't have done. Maybe the man is not that bad, but Charlie, seeing that you are worth, let's say, $500 million, it's human nature, and so he might tell some lies to get $1, $2, $3, $5 million you know, but if you are only more, I could do said the out here. Exactly.
All right. Mistakes. So the $1 million question to you and Ama. Ope a debi and I say a bendada. Moving forward, finding a partner, because Obianis and Yanini DT and how they move around.
A straight jacket question. A straight jacket question. A elicit straight jacket answer. You know, debi you know, you levels.
Okay.
No level ben na debi you know, yeah. What you say? Oh, debi you say minika minifie. But me siesie me ho. Me pakadia that you bet me amame that earning power that I can earn a decent sum. Inti mini sayamani say kra no. At least me single room, you know.
You're working
I'm working, I'm schooling. You know, me schooling so me age my kra, you know, so that in about 5 years time I can be solid and have something decent. And now debi and say me akwadro. Me pejuma. Me soya me sanche me frame. And I say debi no. Oye ne sa emwa. Nti obi a obo ne humodin. Enso enya me, e de nya me, about to me say ye bibi si jaso.
Okay.
Bibi si jaso. Nti say sa de ye dia. Etumi de ye adwuma. Onim se be so me de me ma ho den eta ho a. At least within some reasonable period no. You bet me peja. You be no be peja. Na and say e can't tete na nanom even say compound house. People lived in compound houses and still thrived. They started out in compound houses in Mamprobi, Danrai, Soko, Dansoman. Emma Omuka Omuhubo no. After the year kakra no, Omuma eco school, eco university level. A free hot coin.
Yeah, taste.
And I make can say I've been wahan so ye. I've been waha wahana ye say nipa no na been wahano say oyetiasefo a oye reasonable a me fa no. But se mi ko share de bebe ye no so born homode we oba obo homode a se na making a manfo free e compound house ekoto asase e wa blekon ko hwa blekuma a manfo a free compound house is bebe na say no so e betumi ayo.
Okay.
But say abin lafia now we tiasefo so a and so ye
and so yeah I'm all you say to that. I say way dear.
It's always the best thing.
Hey, daddy, look my girls. I'm girls.
When the money comes, you become all of a sudden not his type of woman.
Charlie,
you know that thing hurts like you know, it hurts. Because sometimes sometimes no, you can.
It's better to
can,
cry in a Benz in a truck.
Just give me a handshake. You know, because I mean, some of the men, like he's saying, yes, you can see all the signs.
Yeah.
In fact, so president to cry. I mean, if you have that,
yes,
if you have that sense of, you kind of say cry. If you can sense that, you can see that this man can really become someone good. But where do you see yourself in that picture? In him as a president, that picture, do you see yourself standing by him
as the first
lady? Beside him? Don't we have a very clear example of a man now sidelining his first wife, and the second wife is the one standing by him? He's a very big public figure. They try to cover the first one. They try to say that she is the first.
Okay.
But I mean, those of us that know,
if you know, you know.
The one that suffered is being asked to stay back. That really hurts. So, I mean, if it's a question of this or that, please make your money before you can, because I'm expensive to maintain.
Thank you, madam. And it's good. A woman, you decide what you want. If a woman says she wants this, it's not because she is a gold digger. Some people say you're a gold digger, but they don't even have any mind.
Gold. So have the
like,
gold.
What is your mind that I'm going to become a gold digger?
She's a gold digger. So make sure you have the gold before you come. Because you're a digger, what they go. Just have the gold and come. If you don't want the gold diggers, go. Those who want to dig sand are there.
Okay.
It's simple as that. That's up here.
But Mystic, why are men intimidated by women who are outspoken? Like, you know, she knows what she's about. I'm not going to let you boss me around. Those people who they say they are successful, that's one of their traits.
If you're not self-assured, every other person threatens you. It's not just even only for man and woman relationship. In life itself, if you're not self-assured in your abilities, in your skill set, in yourself, that means no any other thing irritates you and threatens you, even at workplaces. When I won't trust it, that's will be bold, articulate, and self-assured. No, there's a way of so high, and yes, of so high. We bet me my show working, and ya no, and you can and top on call. Show working, and here. I say, footballers are field. Now it comes to crunch time. We see those who are exceptional, even though they are footballers. But it comes to crunch time, and I say, Salah, Egypt, penalty. You know, tell me who say me who tobe online. Let me say, Mo Salah last hour, but then the next round. Mo Salah scored. If he had missed, it would have been disastrous for him, but he was self-assured. He waited, and then the coach said, "Couple, train. Last one, okay." Now, Salah say, "Ensuro and Kasana."
And Kasa.
I'm a boy. I do this. Salah, oh, I Egypt cleared out Ivory Coast, easy peasy. Oh, you know, if you meet a woman who is self-assured, independent, believes in herself, she's vivacious. She's outgoing. She loves life. I mean, why should I be so threatened
by her
and afraid? Why should I be? You know, I should be able to partner such a person, because we will go the extra mile. With Obi Sahano, she's wealthy, she's educated, she's skilled. She's someone who combines both elements, both the Western education, but still retains her traditional heritage.
So if you're a man and maybe you're just earning like 2K, you should be bold enough and approach a woman who is a CEO of a multi-million
now I'm off when restaurants near you now. I'm going to cook a many more say a day. I'm going to pay bigger fishes.
Okay.
I'm going to pay bigger fishes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Go to places where you meet. Oh, say, oh no, go to places where you can meet them.
That reminds me. Prophet Makai, one time, if so for big catch me, so my ladies here, I am on royal or the royal fiesta. I said, go and buy coke and sit and cook. You meet somebody there. That's a man of God.
Yeah, funny say, what you say, no, wow, say,
Now
but you want to change the circumstance of the family. And yeah, British Council kakra mingle. Oh, yeah, no, kakra. Why kakra? So go to places ordinarily out of your reach, but go there because there are programs there. So take note, check it online, check it. There's a seminar, symposium there, but it brings people of all shades. It brings people of all shades.
All right, Amma, is that true?
I don't know what he's talking
about. Oh please!
I have no idea.
Oh please! All right, but that's mistakes to say. You shouldn't be intimidated by the woman's status and all that. Yeah. But as a woman, at a point in time, should you lower your standard because maybe you feel like you've gotten to that height and then the men are not coming? Let's just say maybe you've been unsuccessful. The ones that come, they just come in for the money. Lots of people say, oh yeah, brown kakra. Do you ascribe to that? And even if you think you should do it, how should you do it without losing yourself?
The attitude, the problem in question.
Mr. Kempis,
the problem, if it's your attitude, as in your pride, as for that one, you work on it not only for the man but for yourself.
For yourself.
So I know Sano dear, just stampa show. You mean say, oh, Brian, so I'll be doing it. But sometimes so never be over. It means so, but you have to do that because, like I said, the men, they are heads, and every man, if you have a son, you know when they get a certain age, or they can sign away your own child. Now he wants to, you know, rub shoulders with you. So it is divine. Men are made, or they are created to be the heads. And he as the head, there are certain demands. But if the other thing that she had to let go is it's not attitude now, but I had a friend who met a guy, and the guy told her, Kumasi to Accra, onjai flight, non for bus. We still scheduled. Kumasi to Accra, they on for bus. Onjai sell lunch, or restaurant, 200 cities, 300 cities. On, you know, kind of lifestyle is extravagant. Onjai, me aboarding it top. Brother, and no sikau. But you know, he thinks, but the guy was coming from a good place. He was coming in a way, he said, trying to tell her to cut down, save money for herself. But can you do that? Let's say that, let me use cosmetic as an example. You now use a makeup brand that cost you 1,500. Okay, this guy is trying to tell you that cut down on it and go back to 200 cities, 100 cities. But you have been there, and now you think, say, with the money you have, you can afford those things, and it makes you feel good about yourself. This is something that if it's difficult for you to let go, then maybe the man has to go. Because if I'm not asking you to do those things for me, and you're not telling me to start taking a woman for a woman for bus, and I feel, say, I've taken Kumasi, Accra bus, now I can fly. Or I can have someone drive me in my car, and you are trying to tell me to cut down those things, then it means I'm going back to when I was struggling. But we are praying to move ahead in life. So I know why they know, Sika, you better have to just keep quiet and let the woman, you know,
live a life.
Exactly. But try and dialogue it out, you know, respectfully. Yeah, but if he's not going to have it, then I think do what makes you happy.
But final question, if you're a successful man, woman, who finally found a man who is up to your standard or whatever it is, what must you do in order to keep them, like in order to make them feel okay? Because at the end of the day, people claim that you are unsuccessful and all that. Are certain traits there that we should drop? Are other things there that we should focus? Because we see what is going. We've heard stories, we've seen people's experience. So what would your advice be finally?
Having landed a partner, how to keep the partner?
Yes, please.
Well,
in exception of those who don't want to be kept. So but so just tips like education.
Well, I think love is the trigger. Love is the engine that attracts, you know, the elements. But beyond the love, respect is key. Respect is key, because you go to certain homes and you see that there's a lack of respect. And you yourself, you are left confounded and wondering what's happening here. You know, but you go to certain homes you see how the woman relates to the man, you see how the man relates to the woman, and you're like, this is desirous. I would want to have this if I start my family. You know, so much respect, so much, you know, respect amongst them or between them. And how you address each other also informs the worldview of your children, how they see you interacting. You know, so when your children see you, the man, you know, their mom, how you treat her, how you address her, and then the woman to how you adore your man in front of the children, it's like, wow. Even your daughters and your sons from there,
take a cue.
They say, I want to have what my mama and my daddy has. You know, and so for me, love, yes, that's the thing that tugs at our hearts. You know, you see someone, you're like, God damn, man, woo. You know, you
yeah,
you know, you see it and you're like, God, I need this in my life.
Yeah.
You know, so beyond that, how you call, hello, I'm busy, but I'll call you later, please. You know, if you call someone, you don't get them, the feedback you get. And when they say they'll call you back, they call you back. When you offer suggestions, they take it seriously. They don't popo your thoughts or your contribution. They take it, they incorporate it in things, and you see your suggestion manifesting. And you're like, whoa, this big woman, this rich woman, me, I suggested this and she took it because it's sound. It's sound because, you know,
okay.
You know, so these are a few things. And then another thing I would say is compromise. You know, we might be set in our ways, but then our ability to compromise for the greater good is a trait to have.
All right.
You know, you must be set in your ways. That as for me, Paula dear, Sunday dear, you know, me Sunday Mako Church Abreno, fufu tintin. You know, that's you from your beginning. Now, I just say, oh, Sunday, fufu. But you meet a partner who doesn't love you to cut the fufu, but so one tintin mano. But there's a trade-off. Oh yes, no, or no so ye baby mount. You know, that's a trade-off, that's a compromise.
Right.
So you have given up your Sunday and doing the tintin. But he also does something that you also love very much. And then it makes it bearable. You know, the relationship can become very tedious. But then how do we make it bearable for each other? And if we do that, you see that there's always some spark, you know, lingering on. And, you know, that's what we all crave for.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mama, so what would your advice be finally? When you finally found that person, but, you know, they are not on your level?
I think the moment you allow someone in your space, there are so many things in your life that will never be the same. Yes.
Really?
It's never going to be
the
same. He was brought up differently, different life experience, different growing up environment. So yes, so many things will not be the same. But as you agree to live together, like you were saying, compromise, you can now begin to adjust. Yes, it's difficult. Maybe he or she snores. You can, with time, find a solution to that. But she has not yet. They give him another room. That's also a solution,
yeah.
You know. Some of the things.
But wait, Emma, when you give it, when you want some D, what do you do? Okay, it's that simple.
You go take it and then
come back and sleep.
If you've tried everything medically and the snoring is
not
working. Maybe it's in his blood, in his genes. You can't do anything. So many things you will compromise, but as you are living together, it becomes your norm. You know, maybe like men, for example, they just leave their clothes anywhere, and maybe you're that type that when you see a messy room, Charlie, it gets you upset. But after seeing it, yeah, you know, hey, Kojo, now you don't say it anymore. You just pick it up and then put it at the right place. So many things. And I think those are the things that spice up the relationship. I mean, if he or she is the same as you are, then nothing has really changed. Something must change in your life. There must be some sort of discomfort. And then as you try to make it comfortable, it now becomes part of your life.
Right.
That is when you feel like it's another presence in your life.
It's true.
And so, yes, it's definitely, you might have to adjust to certain things. And then the things that you feel like are unchangeable and you cannot really cope with I don't know, but let's say, for example, if he's like a womanizer or something of that sort, and you know,
Bad news.
that's really bad, and you try everything and he's still a womanizer, and you know you can't live with him. That one, dear,
You have to let go.
But certain things that has to do with way of life, you know, living in the house, how he even talks, how he walks, how he dresses. You know, you teach him, he also teaches you certain things that you might not be good at. And then it becomes a happy home.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Amma Krampa. But just on the part of men who don't know how to keep their stuff tidy, leave things all around, I always tell the ladies, just assume that your husband is your first child, like a kid. So you know what your kid will do. It will not really upset you. With that, it will not really get to you. Time now to uncover what's in the mystery box. So this is the rules of the game. We've got some questions here. When you pick, you hand it over to me, I'll read it, and you give me your honest answer. Let's like, no libi, no labalaba. If you get to pick the blank sheet, then you get to ask me a question.
Okay.
We're good?
All right, we're good.
Fair play only. Mistake. Okay. Thank you. Can you forgive a cheating partner?
That's a hard one. I don't reckon. I don't reckon that I can.
Okay. So it's a no for you.
No,
Once I find you cheating.
Once you think if you are a cheat, be very good at it, so that I don't find out.
Okay.
But once I get to find out, then it's my decision to make now, and that decision will be that if anybody can bed you, then why would I keep you as my valuable, you know, partner? Because men derive joy from their women. Working, that's my lady, that's my lady. And if my lady is being bedded all around the neighborhood, then where's the pride? Where's the joy?
So what if the cheating didn't entail her sleeping? But you know.
What else could the cheating be involved with? Okay. If it's not bedded.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. You can pass it to Amma, so Amma gets to pick her.
Do I get a pick?
Yeah, babe. Oh no.
All right.
Thank you. The mystery box is back. And keep it right here. I always felt it was an empty sheet.
It's empty.
That's not empty. I've got a question on it.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. This one is a big one.
Okay.
Big or small dick?
Oh my god.
Big.
My goodness.
How you want it?
I can't answer this. My children are going to see.
My goodness.
Okay, so who pardon Amma? Mistake. She will have to take.
You want another one?
Who will pardon you?
I can't.
I know what you want, but what you like. I know what you love.
Hey, how do you know?
Oh, come on now.
You're from Kwanta, to be honest.
Seriously, how can you answer that?
Okay, so this one is quite easy. Playboy or church boy?
None.
I'm a main pair of.
None boys say. Church boys will say.
It's open the mixture of everything.
It's too extreme for her. Too
Exactly.
extreme, yeah.
I mean, you have to be a little experienced. Playboy is there, he's overly experienced. That one is just too much. Church boy is there, not just say, probably even a virgin. No.
So virgins then you are
Yeah.
No, I can't do it.
There's too much endowment for a virgin.
There's a lot for him to use, and if he doesn't know what to do with what, I mean, like.
Too much endowment for a virgin. Yeah.
You know, there's too much too.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say.
I'm wants a mixture of everything, but Playboy there is not your thing.
No, please, I don't want. I'm very fragile.
All right, sure.
Break my heart.
And to you, our viewer who did the watching today, we just want to say a big thank you to you. As I told you, this year our mantra is positive vibes only. Yes. So we're just going to find ways to spice up our relationship, and if you think it's not working for you, you decide what you want to do. But to our successful men and women out there, our guest Mistake and Amma have detailed how you get to find who is right for you, and the advice when you find a man or a woman who is not up to your level, how to deal with it in order not for them to feel intimidated by your worth and all that, because we all deserve love. But when you find someone who is not for you, just accept it's just part of life and move on with your life. My name is Paula Amabroni. Remember that the show was proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza, your way. We'll be back with the next episode of Monsen Cuddles. Thanks for watching.
up on this week's edition of Bistek, we engage Meshach Ajeti, a 24-year-old miniature artist doing amazing work with chopsticks and cardboard.
I love acting and crafting.
Okay.
Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or I find it passionate. Yes. Step one, I cut this board.
Okay.
Yeah. So from here to here is 15.
Okay.
From here to here is 12.
So you measure everything
Yes,
as well.
measure
Okay.
everything. Then it's actually funny because I sometimes take some of the things from my mom's jewelry stuff.
Okay. So you've been stealing your mom's. You've been stealing some of the mom's jewelry to do it. Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Watch Bistek this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.